The Nigerian Insurance Association (NIA) has urged President Bola Tinubu to promptly assent to the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Bill 2024, recently passed by the National Assembly. NIA Chairman Kunle Ahmed made appeal during the first quarter 2024 briefing on insurance industry's performance held in Lagos. Ahmed said the bill seeks to modernize the regulatory framework of the Nigerian insurance sector and offer improved protection to policyholders. Stressed that existing laws, namely the Insurance Act 2003 and the NICOM Act 1997, are outdated and no longer adequate for current realities. He added that the bill provides a special fund to compensate policyholders if the insurance provider becomes insolvent or faces serious difficulties. The bill also makes provision for a fund to support road accident victims who are uninsured, ensuring they receive necessary compensation. Ahmed emphasized the importance of swift presidential assent to bring the reforms into effect without delay. The federal government has reaffirmed commitment to promoting biotechnology for national development, defending the safety of genetically modified organisms in food and medicine. Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Salako, reaffirmed the government's position during a collaborative meeting with the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology in Africa, Nigeria chapter, a national biotechnology research and development agency, on Tuesday in Abuja. Salako would describe biotechnology as cornerstone of innovation, said it is capable of transforming healthcare delivery, tackle malnutrition, boost food security, and improve environmental sustainability. The minister added that responsible use of biotechnology must go hand in hand with robust biosafety frameworks to ensure public trust and environmental protection. The minister urged critics with contrary evidence to come forward for open scientific dialogue, reiterating that public policy would continue to be shaped by science rather than commercial or vested interest. Said that President Bola Tinubu's administration's renewed hope agenda places science and innovation at the heart of national development and aims to position Nigeria as Africa's blue zone, a region of longevity, productivity, and prosperity. Suspected armed bandits have reportedly imposed a 60 million naira levy on 12 communities in the Zamfara state, accusing them of collaborating with the Nigerian military during recent operations in the area. This was made known in a post by security analyst Bakasine via his verified X handle. According to the post, the affected communities include Koloma, Dan Hayin, Zagado, Dan, Kubade, Zabuwa, Tunga, Makini, Bubaka, Yewa, Bakiwada, Koda, Maya, and Kubusi, all located in the Maru and Maradun local government areas of the state. The analyst reported that the residents are currently gripped with fear following threats from bandits who warned that failure to pay the demanded sum could trigger fresh attacks on the villages. As of the time of this report, authorities have yet to issue any official statement on this development. Let's take a quick break. Secretary General of the Pan-African Writers Association, POWER, Dr. Wale Okedira, has urged Nigerian authors to use their works to address societal ills and advocate for social change. Okedira made a call on the sidelines of the April edition of the monthly Readings and Writers Dialogue in Abuja. The Reading and Writers Dialogue is a flagship program of the Abuja chapter of the Association of Nigerian Authors, ANAN, that brings together authors and literary enthusiasts to discuss the works of select guest author. The event was also used by the writers to celebrate Okedira's 70th birthday and to launch his book, Medicine and Literature Without Borders. Okedira, former national president of ANAN, says writers are the conscience and voice of the people and are supposed to use their works to advocate for an egalitarian society.
More than ever before, the Nigerian writer has a big role to play because we have seen as the conscience of the people. In our works, in our activities, we should actually be the conscience of the people because so many people find it difficult to express themselves. There are so many people who are in poverty, the underserved, people who have no connection with power that be, who have no voices. The writer should be the voice, should be the eyes, and should be the minds of people, particularly the oppressed. Because it's been confirmed historically that writers have always played that very important role of changing society for good. This has been confirmed in many works. The English society of many years ago.
Okedira, who has also served as chairman of ANAN Abuja chapter, expressed delight for the writers' support and goodwill. He said although writing was onerous, every writer ought to be on top of their games, support one another, and use their works to advocate a fairer and better society for all Nigerians. According to him, his masterpiece, Medicine and Literature Without Borders, is written to explore the nexus between health practice and literature.
Writers are writing about Boko Haram insurgency, they are writing about corruption, they are writing about politics in their works. And through all these writings, we are praying that our society will be better for it. Long ago, more than 40 years ago, in the Western countries, it has been confirmed that when people in the health sector, doctors, nurses, health workers, when they are taught literature, it makes them better. They are more humane because the humanity that comes from reading books is brought into their works. In fact, all over the world now, there is a section of literature that is called medical humanities that is being taught in many medical schools all over the world.
Earlier in his speech, Chukwudieze chairman ANAN Abuja lauded Okedira for using the written craft to advocate equal society as well as hold leaders accountable. The Director of Investigations, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Abdul Karim Chikol, has called for deeper collaboration between officers of the Commission and the Nigerian police force. He made a call in Abuja while on a courtesy visit to the Commissioner of Police, Federal Capital Territory, FCT Command, Saka Adewale Alao. Chikol was accompanied on a visit by the Acting Director, Abuja General Directorate, Michael Wetkas, said the essence of a visit was to smoothen any work-related friction or misconception that may arise between operational and tactical officers of both law enforcement agencies. He noted that the success stories of the EFCC over the years have a direct bearing with the collaboration of the police. While appreciating the CP for receiving him and his entourage, Chukwu said that though the journey ahead was arduous, he was certain the new CP was equal to the task, going by his good track record. In his response, CP Alao appreciated the director and his team for the visit, noting that the strength of law enforcement was in a synergy and strategic collaboration at different levels to effectively deal with crimes, further assured the team of his collaboration. Law enforcement agencies in Enugu State have echoed their unwavering support for the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) and its bid to tackle economic and financial crimes and other acts of corruption in the southeast. The support came when the acting zonal director of the Enugu Zonal Directorate of the EFCC, Aisha Abubakar, paid courtesy visits to the Command of Narcotics, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Enugu State Command. During the visit, Abubakar, who said that the fight against money laundering has assumed a disturbing and alarming dimension in the southeast, noted that as part of the core values of the Commission, the EFCC collaborates with its stakeholders in line with its mandate. She called for a more synergized partnership to enable the two agencies to achieve more success. While calling for effective intelligence sharing, Abubakar sought for joint operations between the two agencies in order to tackle the menace of money laundering and put a stop to illegal dealing in narcotics in the southeast, adding that there is no better time to strengthen the synergy than now. Responding, Badai appreciated the acting zonal director for the visit and also pledged his support for the Commission towards actualizing its mandate. Abia State government has debunked what it describes as false and misleading claims surrounding the compensation process for landowners affected by the acquisition of land for the proposed Abia State Airport project. In a firm and detailed statement issued by the Commissioner for Lands and Housing, Chaka Chukwumerije, the government categorically refuted allegations suggesting irregularities in the ongoing compensation process. According to the Commissioner, some false reports had claimed that the ministry was appointing attorneys for landowners and deducting compensation without consent. Clarified that the Ministry of Lands and Housing does not, under any circumstance, appoint attorneys or compel any landowner to engage in a specific estate valuer. The Commissioner emphasized that it is solely constitutional right of each claimant to choose whether or not to use legal or professional representation in processing their compensation. Chukwumerije stressed that 100% of the approved compensation is paid directly to each rightful claimant, unless the individual has voluntarily appointed an attorney through a formal agreement. Urged the public to disregard unverified and politically motivated narratives circulated in the media, describing them as attempts to sow distrust and derail a transparent process aimed at ensuring justice and fairness to all affected landowners. Amidst the cries and wave of defections rocking the People's Democratic Party in Abia State, stakeholders from 5 local government areas that make up the Abia North senatorial zone of the party have made a strong call for unity among members as a way of repositioning the party ahead of a 2027 general election. The 5 stakeholders urged party members to shun all forms of divisive tendencies and personal interests, but focus on moving the party forward. Addressing the audience, State PDP Chairman Abraham Arma expressed confidence that the party would rise again and reaffirmed the party's commitment to award tickets strictly to candidates who emerge through credible primaries and have the capacity to win elections. Arma will emphasize that the days of sentiment and impunity were over. He issued a stern warning that any individual who claims to be a PDP member but works against the party's interest will face divine consequences.
Stakeholders are those who are making commitments for the survival of the party. They are making some commitments, and as a party, we are also taking recognition of such members. And of course, we will give them the respect which is due to them. Our brother from Abuja, the local government chairman of the Super just called me about 2 weeks ago and asked me to thank him for the support he gave them, flags and many other things. I told him I will not call him, that when I go to Abuja, I will see him. And we will talk. And I also want to thank you for the way you treat me whenever I come to Abuja. In Abuja, we have a national officer. We have the protocol officer. So whenever I go to Abuja, they also treat me very, very well.
The convener of the meeting and member representing Ohafia North State Constituency, Mandela Obasi, said he is not leaving the PDP but will stand firm and support it until it reclaims its lost glory. He noted that these people in Abriba are renowned warriors who do not retreat in the face of adversity.
As member in Ohafia local government, both Ohafia South and Ohafia North. Yes. Go and write it. My dear says so. I will come out in the war front. I will not hide to come out. Oh, wait. So, I'm going to go my room. Sulemela, Malo de Vite Melo. Momo ya Posapani, the way you have Momo Yanazo. I open door. So far, all of us are here. I'm going to assure you, even the Senate, the reps, we are going to win it in Abia. We have members, we have people who want to contest an election in different local governments. What was the way I assist the chairman? I have to pity every local government so that I have to say, allow them to call meeting, you will know whether they will see this crowd. So all of them to go around my room. We have to go your bona. Both have to go your bona. We have to go your bona. Seeing is believing.
Speaking earlier, the Abia North PDP chairman, Gabriel Elendo, while appreciating Mandela Obasi for hosting the meeting, said reclaiming power back in the state might not be easy, but expressed hope that with unity and cooperation, the party will return to its winning ways come 2027. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency last summer said the death toll from the rubble of a 3-story building that collapsed at Ojodubega area of Lagos has risen to 7. Permanent Secretary of the agency, Dr. Olufemi Oke Osanyitolu, confirmed this in a statement in Lagos. Oke Osanyitolu added that the total number of people rescued had increased to 13. Still to come, China sends team to Myanmar to monitor ceasefire. Australians worried about climate and cost of living as early voting opens in general election. These and more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said on Tuesday a landmark ruling that the legal definition of a woman under equality laws should be based on biological sex provided much-needed clarity and a clear position to underpin gender policies. Supreme Court ruled on April 16 that single-sex services for women such as refugees, hospital wards and sports could exclude trans women, clearing up legal ambiguity. Starmer, in his first comments since the ruling, said he welcomed it. The judgment, which followed action by 4 Women Scotland, group was welcomed by those who have argued that transgender policies have infringed on the rights of biological women.
Well, I welcome the decision of the Supreme Court, which has given us clarity, much needed clarity. And I think for those that are now drawing up guidance, it's much clearer position. So I'm really pleased that the court has now clarified the position. We can move on from there, and I think that's been very helpful, and I would welcome that.
Trans rights campaigners, however, said the ruling would have harmful implications on both a legal and practical level and could lead to trans people being excluded from parts of society. A group of U.S. lawmakers who traveled to El Salvador defended on Monday that a case of a Salvadorian man mistakenly deported to the Central American country comes down to respecting the legal process in the United States. U.S. Representatives Maxwell Frost of Florida, Robert Garcia of California, Yasamin Ansari of Arizona, and Maxine Dexter of Oregon traveled to El Salvador to facilitate Kilmer Abrego Garcia's return to the United States, they said in a statement. However, the House of Representatives members said the group had been denied access to Abrego Garcia by El Salvador's government. Lawmakers asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio to give the Salvadorian man's family daily updates on his welfare, Dexter said in a phone interview. At a news conference, the lawyer for the family of Abrego Garcia said they had not received any updates about him since last week's visit by U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen. has recently sent a team to Myanmar to monitor a ceasefire brokered between the country's ruling military and a rebel group. China's foreign ministry said on Tuesday, signaling its deepening involvement in an expanding civil war. Myanmar has been in turmoil since 2021, when its powerful military deposed an elected civilian government, sparking a nationwide protest movement that has morphed into an armed rebellion against the junta. Myanmar National Democratic Alliance Army, MNDAA, mainly made up of ethnic Chinese, last year seized control of a major military headquarters in Lashio near the border with China as part of rebel offensives in the country that have wrested territory out of the junta's hands. In January, following talks between the junta and NMDAA in China's coming, Beijing set a warring sides and signed a formal agreement for a ceasefire. Australians were worried about climate and cost of living as early voting began on Tuesday, less than 2 weeks out from Election Day. Rowan Knox, Liberal Party candidate for the Senate seat of Wentworth that takes in the iconic Bondi Beach, said cost of living was a major issue for our constituents. Australian general election will be held on May 3. Al Ittihad moved 6 points clear at the top of Saudi Pro League after coming from behind to beat Al Ettifaq 3-2 as title rivals Al Hilal were held to a 2-2 draw by Al Shabab on Monday. Al Ittihad bounced back from losing 2-0 to Al Fatah in the previous match to move up to 68 points with 5 games remaining. Al Ittihad scored first after 5 minutes when Vitillo had a powerful shot deflected into the net. Was Al Ittihad equalized 6 minutes later when a low cross from Karim Benzema found Danilo Pereira, who slotted it home from close range. Benzema took matters into his own hands to score their second goal 10 minutes before half-time, when he capitalized on a defensive error to go one-on-one with the keeper and score easily. Hossein Arab made it 3-1 for Al Ittihad just before the interval after a low cross from Musa Diaby. Chances were limited in the second half, but the game became nervy in the closing minutes as Al Ittihad pulled one back after an own goal from Danilo 7 minutes before full-time. Al Hilal had reduced the gap at top to 4 points last week, with the hopes of retaining the title are now hanging by a thread. Francisco Lindor homered twice Monday night, and Taylor Maguire dominated the visiting Philadelphia Phillies for 5 1/3 innings, as getting tagged for 7 hits and 4 runs over 6 1/3 innings, walking 2 and whiffing 6 from Nola off the facing of a second deck in the right field. New York Jesse Winker went deep to right center, leading off the second inning, his first long ball of the year. Lindo and Winker each had 2 hits for the Mets. Stokes and Kelper collected 2 hits apiece for the Phillies, who took their second loss in a row. And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
Why do people evade tax? Why is it that the propensity or the tendency to evade tax is very high in Nigeria? It has to do with the social contract, the failure on the part of government, to fulfill its own part. Okay, a situation where individuals or firms provide virtually everything they need that the government ought to have provided. Okay, things like power, for example. If you're a small business, you have to bother about power. You get a generator. Water. You provide your own water. You provide your own security. At some point, you have to also help to do the road to your office and so on. So when you look at all these things, it does not encourage people to voluntarily say they want to pay tax, because on the part of government, they also feel the government is slacking. Government is not meeting its own responsibility. So that is the failure of the social contract, that has been with us.
From the president to the ministers to the governors, all of them, 98% of them attended public schools from primary, secondary to university level, paying almost nothing. Now go to a typical primary and secondary school in your locality and see how it has been destroyed over the years, simply because people in the position of power have the resources that they have accrued from the national treasury to take their children and give them the best of education in any part of the world. Keep that aside. 98% of people in the position of power, their mother either gave birth to them in their homes or in public hospitals, because in the last 40, 50, 60 years, how many private hospitals do we have in Nigeria? But now go to a typical private hospital, public hospital, and see what you have there. I was invited for an event, and then the head of a public school was delivering a speech, and he said, government can no more build hostels, government can no more give scholarships, so what can government do? You attended a public university, lived in a public hostel, and now you find yourself in a position of power. You cannot build more hostels for the generation that succeeded you. You went to public school and was given a scholarship by your state government, and you are in a position of power. You cannot give scholarship to the children.
Welcome to Signature Evening. Many thanks for joining us. And from our ENUGU studio, we'll welcome you on board the midweek edition. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Oh, it's Tuesday. I'm not taking us all back. I caught you there. Thanks for joining us. My name is Ngozika Mba, and I have my regular co-anchor in the studio, Queensley.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Queensley Roland, and we're delighted to have you for this evening's edition on Signature Evening.
It's a rainy day in ENUGU, and actually it's a weather for tea, but duty calls, and we are here to keep you company all through the evening on Signature TV. My name is Ngozika Mba. We will be taking off with politicals, and the stories that will form our subject matters include political crisis and the future of democracy in Nigeria. We'll be having that conversation with the former ENUGU State Chairman for APC, Dr. Ben Moye. And again, we'll have a discussion on ethnic politics and Nigeria's unity in a democratic governance, as well as the impact of trade unionism on staff welfare in Nigeria. And for our business, signature business, effect of MSMEs on economic development in Nigeria will also be part of our conversation tonight. And don't forget our regulars, Artograph, Fashionista, and from the chat room, we will bring you gist from the chat box. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles as will be displayed on the screen. After the break, we will bring you the first conversation point on politicals. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day.
Our first point of conversation on politicals. There are three things about democracy in Nigeria. First, Nigerians are passionately committed to democracy, and this has been demonstrated numerous times by the Afrobarometer polls on the subject.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On politicals, there are three things about democracy in Nigeria. First, Nigerians are passionately committed to democracy, and this has been demonstrated numerous times by the Afro-Barometer polls on this subject. Secondly, Nigerians are deeply concerned that the quality of democratic practice is low and in constant decline, questioning even the idea of using the epithet. Thirdly, the bulk of Nigeria's political class has no commitment to democracy and does not respect or care focal point this evening will be on political crisis and the future of democracy in Nigeria. To have that conversation with us is the past president of the ruling party at the Central APC, Dr. Ben Moye. Good evening, Doc, and thanks for joining us.
Good evening, Ngozi.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, past former chairman APC ENUGU State.
I guess that was what I said. I just said the party at the Central, but okay. The state chairman at ENUGU State. All right, glad to have you. I don't really know where to start, but I'm not going to ignore something that happened most recently. I mean, this is the very first time we'll be hosting you, and so it is pertinent to find out what has actually happened. Can this quotes actually be credited to you? The broom has scattered. You resigned your membership of All Progressives Congress. Tell us your story.
Yes, I did. I resigned because, like I said, the broom has scattered. At least in Enugu State, it has scattered. And there are two bunches. The broom, suppose we put it together from 2013. I'm fortunate to be part of that history of EPC from 2013 to the present.
Let me find out from you. Sure. From before 2013, because I understand some sort of coalition or merger happened.
Yes.
In 2013.
Correct.
Before then, where were you?
Before then, I was in ACN.
Okay.
I ran for Senate for Enugu East Senatorial District under the then now defunct ACN.
ACN, all
so
right.
you have the ACN, you have the CPC, part of the APOGA, led by Rochas Okorocha, part of UPP, led by Senator Pius of Delta State, is deceased now, and then and then part of the new PDP, led by the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and I talk about AMPP, led by now former President Muhammadu Buhari. So
AMPP or CPN?
See, that's the CPC.
Okay, CPC.
CPC led by the President Buhari, while the AMPP is the Obunayono.
Okay, the late
Obunayono. These were the people that came together. And if you talk about like the Southeast then, which I'm part of, people that formed it. In Southeast, we have the late Obunayono. We have Senator Chris Ngige of Anambra State. Then you have the Rochas in the Imo State. Then you have Nyerere of Abia State. There is this Nyerere, that's Dr. Keche Menike. And then in Enugu here, you have the likes of ENUGU, and then you have this Namani, Onyemuche Namani, and then Gerard Jojo Kolota. Of course, my own son, Ideke, who is now in Labour, who is now in Senator. Okezia. It was our first gubernatorial candidate by 2015. And then, of course, I was asked to chair the party. And so, when I say we painstakingly put the broom together, it was really painstaking. One, there was no money, so we had to contribute money.
No structure?
There was no structure, so we had to band this structure. People who followed me from ACN joined what I had then from the West. People who followed the Deke had just finished running on the Labour Party. Then he ran 2010 on the Labour Party. He brought his own structure. Then he made look from AMPP. So there was no structure, like you said. So starting from the ward to the local government and to the state, we put all these things together. And at the time, remember, at the time was when the Boko Haram thing was coming up. So we were named Boko Harams, we were called all sorts of names, and that was also around the time the Chibok happened. So it was more like we were part of it. I remember a time we went to campaign in a church at Isuzo, and in one of the churches, I won't name the church, but when we got there, the bishop said we should not talk anything about the party or Buhari. We should just talk about ourselves. Now, can you imagine campaigning? They knew who we were, but you shouldn't talk about APC, and you shouldn't talk about President Buhari. You should talk about yourself. It was difficult. It was very, very unfortunate. Believe it or not, there were some churches where they refused to give communion to some members of APC for profound that they are members of APC. Believe it or not, I'm a Catholic, and I'm saying this thing coming out from the Holy Week, and fortunately we lost our Pope, our leader. When he was visiting Enugu State, there was no vehicle. I had to get a vehicle from Chief Onyemuche Namani. I'm talking about Siana, because I called the government house. They said there's no armored car. I called Sullivan Chief, who is not a member. I called his chief of staff then. Said there's that day they were having their own issue. So it was a difficult time. I rode from the airport. Believe it or not, I picked the then General Buhari, just me and him, and a DSS officer in the front. I put together the vehicles, the backup and the forward vehicle that we used, and pulled him to where we actually had the meeting where he had to express his interest. There was El-Rufai in that meeting, okay? And at the end of the day, we went to open an office for him. The first office in this hemisphere for Buhari campaign organization. By the way, by the immediate past DG of
Voice of
Vaughan, that's Mr. Ukechukwu. He donated that office. We went to open the office and receive it. These were the things we did. And at the time we are doing this, you know, fast forward, the people who are in the party now, in almost all the leaders now in APC were in PDP. They were all castigating us. And I'll name names. If you come to Enugu State, the chairman of APC, Ugochukwu Abala, was in PDP. They were castigating us. He's my friend. Okay? And we say we are wasting our time. This is Hausa People's Party. What would you be doing there? A Bogi party, Boko Haram party. Go to Ebonyi State. Umahi was a governor under PDP. Winforo, who is a governor now, was a speaker under PDP. Go to Abia State. Rogers Okado was in PDP. He was a senator. Ben Carlo was PDP. Even the minister now in Ebonyi State, Onye Jocha.
Okay.
Onye Jocha was
Ebonyi State.
Sorry, Abia State.
Abia State.
Onye Jocha PDP. Today she's a minister under APC. Even in Enugu State, the minister that was in PDP is a PA to Atiku Abubakar. That is Uche.
Okay.
Okay. You can go to Imo State. The Imo State governor, whom they now describe as Governor General for APC, he was in PDP. And these are people that fought against us. He was a senator under PDP. So when I say that the broom has scattered, this is not the broom we put together. And specifically in Enugu State, there's a court order. There's a court order that clearly, when you talk about democracy, when you started off, part of democracy is rule of law. You can't have that without rule of law. Now, there's a court order that clearly banned Ugochukwu Abala from parading himself as a chairman. But what is he doing? He's still parading himself. The same court recognized another man, a Dr. Alphonsus, as the chairman. From ward to state, they are all bifurcated into two. So the broom that we had put together, a bunch of broom, is scattered. So the little we have is one little bunch being held by Ugochukwu Abala, and the other illegally and by the acquiescence of the national leadership, because they recognize him. And one other little broom being held by Dr. Alphonsus. And you can't have such broom and you go into election. And when I say this, I say it with all sense of responsibility, because you have a party that was growing. At one point, we registered over 100, in fact, your chairman he got a ticket under my leadership. We recorded over 135 membership. We were growing to the point now that when Labour came in, after the broom started disintegrating, a lot of people from APC went to Labour and won their election. Bariso Keza became a senator under Labour. He's from APC. Professor Namchi became a member of House of Reps. He's from APC.
I think he's currently in Labour now.
Yes, but it just within minutes, they switched because the broom was disintegrated. And so what I say is permanently scattered. It was being scattered. We are putting it together. But Labour structure, APC structure moved. Some of it moved to Labour, some of it moved to PDP. Some supported different people. For example, I supported Peter Mbai. And at the time that...
Even while in APC?
Yes.
Is it not anti-party?
No, it's not. It is not. Even the President President Tinubu just came in and said we should support Peter Mbai.
Oh.
Is he doing anti-party? No, we're talking about good governance. Because when someone who knows nothing about the party comes in, whatever they did upstairs.
Who was the party's candidate?
I gave him a registration, card in my country home. I registered him there. And then he went on. When he now joined the party officially, he started abusing everybody. He said that everybody is a mole, that there's no stakeholder, that everybody is a takeholder.
Probably he said that because we were also supporting the candidate of PDP.
it would have been true if that happened before.
Oh.
No. What happened was marching on to delegate selection. They started, that is at national level, because there's money involved, they started removing people's name. They started putting their family's name to go to national delegate. And opposition started.
Were you still the party chairman at the time?
No, at the time I was just stepping out.
Okay.
That's after they imposed Ugabala. But Ugabala was not a member of the party.
No, APC.
There was no Congress done. They just announced him a chairman. The Congress.
Who are they?
Oh,
Where
who
did
are
they?
Is one Dr. Arodiobu, and I can describe to you what happened. The party itself had organized a Congress, a legitimate Congress. I'm supposed to supervise as a chairman. Congress is a meeting. So I organized a Congress at the party secretariat. The group sent by Governor the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, he sent Arodiobu to do the work for him. They took the papers about democracy. They carried all the electoral material, went to a beer parlor somewhere in Inza Street, organized market women.
ENUGU.
Yes, organized market women. And they said, I've elected Ugabala. And that was challenged, including, at the time, the only person representing the Southeast at the National Working Committee, the interim committee, Senator Ken Namani, gave a testimony. There was no Congress. Talk about democracy. If a ruling party is producing leadership without a democratic process, if you're gathering in a beer parlor, in an entertainment center, and writing names of your candidates, you can't have democracy under that circumstance, especially when the mantra of APC is justice, peace, and unity. Where's the justice? Where's the justice if you're sitting and you've collected money from people, who want to contest, who want to become delegates.
And then there were no actual
And there was no
Was that the basis from which the disintegration commenced?
Exactly.
And then that formed your decision to leave the party?
That is part of the decision. Because you know what? As a party man, I understand the process. You must complain.
Okay.
But when you complain and it falls on deaf ears, and then moving on, and it's captured in my paper, that's why I took my time to put it together. At the zonal level, I met the person that committed that fraudulent act. It was practically a theft of democracy. The person that committed it went on to receive a reward as the zonal vice chairman of APC Southeast, Dr. Arodiobu. How do you become, an umpire in your own game that you're playing? Because remember, he has to go at the national level to be elected. But he was the chairman of ENUGU State State Congress. And he made sure that people who were supposed to be elected were not elected. They wrote name, he approved it, that election had been done, and he took it up. So I went back and I told him, you've done that. But what you have is an uncoordinated leadership. Go back and let's start afresh and bandy the party. He agreed, but he didn't execute it. I went upstairs to the national office, talked to people, I wouldn't name the names, but people at the high level, members of National Working Committee, come back to ENUGU State. You will not have a party. They refused. Guess the result of it. They got 4,000 votes for President Tinubu. And it became the last of the last of the last, the bottomless last.
Level surpassed them, Abgap surpassed them.
Everyone surpassed them.
Okay. And maybe...
And they blamed me. They said it was my anti-party that caused their problem. Well, the problem is not me. The problem is, if you believe I have no value, because they say that me and the rest of them have no value, they blame me for the loss of Tinubu. They blame me for the
loss of gubernatorial.
The gubernatorial, who went fourth place. We've never had fourth place.
Always second.
Second, since the formation of APC. They blame me that nobody came anywhere close. And they say that it's the moles. Today, people who just joined the party, people believing that They can go to the party and claim leadership overnight. And give you an example, my very good friend, Senator Chukwutazi, he joined the party, believing he will help.
Was a senator in PDP?
PDP, Enugu. No. I told you what is happening now is an evolution. The PDP people are becoming APC because we've put together a platform for them to run. And no, it's part of political process here. But the young man joined them. Then he makes an error of coming into Enugu and meeting the press. And in course of meeting the press, he says that he lost his way because the developmental strive of Governor Mba.
He was actually eulogizing the PDP government.
Well, you used a better word, but he said he lost his way and he couldn't find his way to Nsukka. And he's called, guess what? Ugabala called a meeting for him and expelled him.
Oh, but he joined just recently.
He just joined, but he was expelled this weekend.
Oh.
In case I'm now reporting news. He's there. But then I said, okay, look at this guy. He called a meeting because I quit the party. But in the process, he took the time to expel Senator Chukwutazi, who came to help them run a sinking ship, or fact, a sunk ship. Now, Utazi is thrown out like a nobody, okay? But guess what? Now that you're political, the same offense he threw Utazi out for was the same offense that Tinubu committed when he was here on the 4th. So he should go and expel our dear president from the party.
Because he also praised
on January 4th, it was in the
Enugu governor's project.
Yes, and he said we should support Mba on security, that Mba is doing well, on the infrastructure is doing well, education is doing well, health, and he was in Enugu from the timing I have about 1 hour 45 minutes, singing praises of Mba. And you go and expel Mr. President, who is the leader of my former party, APC.
All right, Dr. Ben Moyi, you just said your former party. You have left the party.
I've left for good.
Where next?
You know, I'm enjoying my relaxation, 50 days of partyless.
But you've always been a politician. Is it worth your while?
Yes, because now I can think, now I can hold meetings, now I can talk to you. Sometimes you can't talk to the press freely because, you know, you have to protect your party. And now I can, not that you lie, but you can't freely conversate because you have to, you know, in some cases you say no comments. Or I can't do this interview.
For the sake of your party.
For the sake of, you know, hoping that things we become better. You talk to them from behind. You tell them, look at the story we are having. This is what is going on. Can you fix this? But now I can freely look at things for the interest of our state, Enugu State, first of all, and for the interest of the nation. I am not in a hurry to join any party. But I'm meeting with my people about 9 political parties in Enugu State. The leadership have come to me.
We have up to 9 political parties?
No, we have 19.
In Enugu State?
In Nigeria. And all of them exist here in Enugu State. They may not, you may not know, but they do exist with their structure. Some are in somebody's briefcase, and then some are in somebody's kitchen. But they do exist. They are political parties.
All
they
right.
are registered by INEC.
With what you have said, APC has its own fair share of crisis, intra-party crisis. And from all of the news stories we've been exposed to, we know that various political parties, especially the ones we can call the main opposition parties, and then the ruling party at the central, have pocketed various kind of crises scattered all over. Now, I'm going to ask you, what do you identify as the core structural issues with Nigerian political system that breeds all of these crises?
You know, most of the time is what you've already described in your opening remarks. You talk about the democratic process. When you start off within an undemocratic process, you will end up with crisis. I've explained a little bit using APC, but let's also go to a little bit of labor. I understand labor because, again, I read these things. I have friends there, and I talk to them. You have...
And it's a party that probably have caught your interest, one way or the other, Doctor.
I said I have 9 political parties. All of them have my interest, except APC. Oh. All the remaining 18. But 9 have come to me, and I've said, wait, and we discuss it. But Labour, for example, Labour did very well in the last party. But you ask, why is it imploding? It is selfish interest. Recall that Julius Abure, the former chairman, national chairman of Labour, was not elected. Many people didn't know that. The elected chairman died sometime in 2021. An arrangement was made between the leadership of the party to co-opt Julius, Barrister Julius Abure, or Comrade Abure, for him to be the chairman, and they put together a caretaker committee so they can be able to run election. They did that. They took him to the INEC. INEC recognized him as a structure, so they'll be able to submit candidates, because you need at least the secretary and the chairman to submit candidates. So they allow him to appoint people all around the states. 36 states plus Abuja. He did that. He should have run the election and leave, and they will conduct congresses. He ran the election. They did extremely well. You know, to some people, they believe that Labour Party won presidency. They won plenty places, you know. But at the end of the day, Julius Abure devised a means of extending his tenure, which is the selfishness, which is the issue of democracy. When you have people at that level who understood, instead of allowing proper internal democracy to thrive, he went into agreement, allegedly, with some state chairmen. And in that agreement, they agreed to go up and return him in some kind of national convention as a chairman. While in real sense, the way it works is this: for you to have a national convention, you will start from the ward. You have to do the ward congress, then do state congress, where you elect the delegates that will go for the national convention. There was none. He just gathered some people and they went to Newi and say he had been elected. So, of course, INEC wouldn't have that. INEC did not recognize him. He went to court. You know the Nigeria, the country we are in, and the situation of the legal, judiciary, the jurisprudence and all that. He went to the judiciary. The Lord found in his favor. They gave him an order and recognized him as the chairman, despite all these anomalies, unconstitutional processes. Guess what? The other people, the members, appealed. They took appeal. The appellate court also found in his favor. So the crisis is, of course, brewing, because everybody within knew that this is illegality. The court is saying it is legal. But the people who put together Labour Party, the labor unions, and the leadership of Labour, including Governor Oti and Co. and Obi, they knew it was illegal. But then court found in his favor. So until the court of final jurisdiction, our Supreme Court now found against him, now say that he should go. So very recently, they've held a meeting. But what I'm shocked is that they submitted, after the meeting, Obi and Co., they went and submitted the certified court order. And INEC is still mute as to who is the chairman, or they should go on and have a Congress. So they are still waiting. And I found it worrisome, because the decision is clear, although one can say it is not so clear, because the court says they are not going to interfere with internal party matter, something like that. Say they are still studying it. How long are you going to study it? So INEC itself helps in undoing the democratic process. These are the watchdogs. If the court rules this way, you should, follow the court, follow the order. They have not done so. Those delays will allow, that's why you see the implosion. People are disintegrating also from Labour Party. People are leaving Labour Party, including, here in ENUGU, for example, the young man that ran for House of Reps in Kano East and West, he ran very strongly. He just left. Barry stayed there, he left. Then, of course, the Peter Congo that also helped. Ohamadike, you know him, from Soka Aziz. He left and joined APC. I'm just wishing him well. I hope he doesn't get expelled like other people are called him. So now you go to the other party, the major opposition PDP. You see what is going on there? You have a system where money talks. One man has held PDP to captivity. Okay, the Minister of Federal Capital Territory.
The immediate past governor of Rivers State.
Yes, Nyesom Wike. He had decided that they offended him and is paying them back because of what they did to him. So when people are abusing Wike, they should take their minds back to 2023 or 2022.
Build up to 2023
Yes,
election.
primary. Why would Tambuwa do what he did? If you recall, what Tambuwa did...
Stepping down.
Yes, at a point he stepped down and making the statement he's not supposed to make. Make the speech he made. Okay, that speech, he believed, turned everything against him. So he's prepared to pay them back. And that payback, he's figured out how to do. He's a lawyer. He knows how to make trouble. You know, most lawyers that are litigators, you know how to form. If you want to foment trouble, I'm a lawyer too. I'm a litigator. You will figure out how to make sure that the trouble goes down very well. So he decided he's not going to leave PDP, but he's also going to take over APC. And guess what? He influenced the dissolution of APC River State. So that he's calling the shot. Now he's calling the shot. He has his own lineup against the governor's lineup, starting with the Anyanwu, who is the national secretary. Again, that matter is not yet defined. INEC is still sitting on.
They've been asked to go home and resolve their crisis.
Their crisis is still unresolved. So it is the big man. The question is, those who want to perpetuate themselves in office, they will use every means. They will use every tactics to make sure that they perpetuate themselves. That's what I saw in a ruling party, in my own party. That's what I saw. And I said, no, I can't be part of this.
You said you're no longer a member of the party.
In my then party.
Okay.
I misspoke. Yes, in my then party. I said, that's what I saw. And I had to pull out and say, no, I can't be part of this nonsense. Because the people are yearning for democratic process.
Good governance.
The good governance, that's it. I'm a teacher of good governance at ENUGU State University of Science and Tech, of governance. And if you don't have rule of law, if you don't have transparency, if you don't have accountability, you can never have good governance.
In all these things that you've said, it's obvious that corruption is an obstacle in the Nigerian government. And moving forward, this particular issue has actually distorted the trust of the people in the Nigerian politics. So how can all this be resolved in order to gain back the trust of the populace?
You know, there's this saying, popular saying, around the political arena, and I'm talking about the elites, you get the government you deserve. You get the leaders you deserve.
Do we deserve these leaders?
Absolutely. Because you know what? I was in the primary. Guess what they did? They gave it to the people, the members of the party in Anambra State, who were lucky, in quote, lucky, to be elected as delegate, gave their votes to the highest bidder. If that man goes on to win the governorship of Anambra State, those who elected them deserve the government that they get. When you are trying to run I came back from the United States to run for Senate. That was the first time. I'm campaigning and people are asking me to give them money. Then our symbol then, by the way, ACN was still broom. That's one of the things we transported to APC. We give people broom, they say, no, what they want is money. Okay, so if I gave them money and I bought their votes, what do you think will happen when I get in now? In Enugu State, it's been a problem as we are speaking now. As you and I are speaking, many people are criticizing the governor. Many of his party people, when you talk to them, what is the problem? They say he's not sharing money.
The current governor.
The current governor.
Of Enugu State.
Of Enugu State.
Please, our viewers include in the global world.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
The current governor, Peter Mba, one of the criticism from his own party is that when they go to visit him, he doesn't give them envelope.
Doesn't share money.
There's no more Enugu State envelope, white and green stuff. That is stacked
green. White.
Yes, with white bag. Okay. That is no longer. It has disappeared from the place, and people complain, including the clergy and the traditional rulers. So we need to be truthful about this thing. We need to be open. The clergies go there to collect money. The traditional rulers go there to collect money. And so if the traditional rulers go and they now held a meeting, they expect to be given envelope for their transportation. And they are questioning, why is he not giving us envelope? Why is he not giving us money for our transportation? After all, he has 2 billion for his security votes. So when you talk about the people are part of it. We have to go to the fabric, whether it's in our household, our own homes, people, the corruption you mentioned is everywhere. A mother, a father takes their child to a school, a very high level school called international school. The child can't make WAEC. They take the child to a center where somebody else writes the exam. That child comes out. They can't pass good jam, then they pay for a school where he will go and graduate. If it's marked down, they call the VC and they tell him they're the biggest donor. My child must pass. So these are the leaders we are producing. So if we are producing those leaders, they will come up and fill the space around. So I'm not saying it as to say that I did in the last election. I use Anambra State. A woman, a modest woman, who was caught on tape rejecting money, as opposed to collect and vote for another person. This
okay,
woman,
because some were collecting the money and voting for whoever they wanted to.
Yes, most were doing that. But the woman said, no, keep your money. I'm voting for Soludo. And when you see the video, it gives me hope that Nigeria must survive.
One out of how many hundreds of millions?
We use her as a symbol. The problem is that the National Orientation Agency don't seek after such persons. There are many of such persons. We don't honor them. She deserves a national honor. If I were the president, if I were in charge of people giving national honor, she deserves national honor. But she did this not knowing that she was being recorded. She did this not minding, the outcome of it. Remember, people get beaten, people get even killed for voting against. But she said no. She stood her ground, voted for her candidate, rejecting the money. But here we have, in Anambra State primary, where someone is proudly saying, if this guy gives $1,000, which is equivalent of about 1.6 million naira, I will give $2,000. I'm prepared for it. Proudly goes to the National Secretariat and say, oh, they say that Anambra State has billionaires, that all the candidates, 7 of them, they are billionaires. Said, here, we have billionaires here, they can buy other billionaires here, and they wouldn't even feel like they have. And the people at National Secretariat are happy to hear that, because they want their share of those billions. And at the end of the day, the party lost 2 founding members. Dr. George Moyle left the party and went to Labour. You have Chief Paul Chukwuma left the party and went to YPP. So how on earth do you expect that party to survive?
To thrive.
Unless there's some Nigerian magic or political magic.
Looking at the predominantly young population that we have in Nigeria, I mean, so many young people are craving to, be mobilized, to actively participate in democratic processes. How can they be incorporated into this process?
You know what? At some level they can, but in reality, the financial inducement have excluded them. You know, I take whether it's APC or PDP, for example. If a young person, as is defined, you know, the youth as is defined, maybe I think under 30 also. In some party, in APC, it's under 40 is defined as youth. No, under 35 now is defined as youth. It used to be 40. Now, if you want to run, let's say you're a youthful man, you want to run for governorship, you will pay 50%. And guess what? 50% of 50 million.
But not everybody can afford that.
Exactly. So what I'm saying that they're excluded by financial restriction.
Is it supposed to be
It's
so?
not supposed to be. That's my point. So as much as we encourage the youth and the women, take for example the women, we also say the women because they are kind of the marginalized group. The same thing applies to the women. In the women, they say, okay, they don't have to pay half. They should pay what they call the expression of interest. We'll give you the nomination form free, but you pay for expression. How much is it? 10 million. You could be a young woman, you're a smart woman, you want to run, you want to help, you have a good program. But you will have to go and fetch 10 million for it. On how much? Because these are financial restraint. They say the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. And that tomorrow never comes. Because number one, they are financially impoverished. They are unemployed. The youth, before you become really youthful, gainfully employed, you're out of the youth brackets. If you are looking at 35, most Nigerian youth, to be able to be stabilized, would have been out of that youthful bracket unless they decide to do the other stuff that they're not supposed to do. And again, the wedge through that. But if you follow the normal process, because you are out
legit.
Thank you. The legit process. You will be out of that bracket.
By the time you clock 30, you wouldn't be able to stabilize. That's your point.
By 30,
and then you will no longer be classified as a young person. Okay. The landscape, the political landscape in Nigeria is largely influenced by ethnic and religious tensions. In your own view, how can Nigeria gravitate towards a more national identity that transcends these divisions, you know, religious and ethnic lines?
You know, I think we all have our own roles to play. We all. That's part of the reason I took time off from my normal routine and I started teaching. I started teaching, it was purposeful, it was intentional. I teach in the peace, the Institute of Peace.
And Conflict Resolution.
I think it's called Peace, Conflict Resolution and Development Studies. So I teach governance, peace, and national cohesion. And
that must be on postgraduate level.
Yes, I teach postgraduate. Right now, I'm teaching doctorate students. And you'll be shocked when we open up this discussion. And I use the secretarial method. And I'm teaching people that are people from all over. Diverse people. And many of them are not even within, because it is a hybrid class. We have people in the classroom and we have people around the world. I have students in Maiduguri, I have in Lagos, I will have in Italy, I have a student in Kampala, Cameroon. I have people from all over the world. And even people from the media side and all that. I have a senior journalist in my class. We have to teach people the need to see ourselves as one force. But the average Nigerian don't see themselves as Nigerian first. Your identity, first identity, primary identity is your own ethnic identity. And it keeps on and on. It keeps reducing. Even when you say, take the Igbos. Even when you say you are an Igbo, when you come down to being Igbo, you will talk about the part of Igbo you are from. And people will purposefully discriminate within the Igbos against each other and assign some derogatory term to each and everyone. Then you take it up to the wider level. The same thing. So I think we need a lot of tutorial, both from the home, from our worship center. I'm talking about the clergymen and women. They have a lot of duties on that area, not just the favor that they always ask God to do, and not just the entrepreneur type of religion. Because since we listen to them, since we go there, we believe them. We should go there also and pray for unity, pray for cohesion, and pray for oneness. But when you have people that have audience, infiltrate the process again, it becomes quite difficult. Then the politicians, the political class enjoy the dividends of those racial and ethnic division. They enjoy it. They are the beneficiaries of it. While those practicing it are the benefactors. So if any division comes, you claim that it's your turn. It is the turn of Ndibo. You don't really care about Ndibo. You're talking about it is my turn. It is the turn of the Yoruba nation, the Oduduwas. It's not about the Oduduwas. It's about the Omilokan. It's your own personal turn. It is the turn of the North. Atiku it's not really about the North. It's about his turn. And the same way, you can bring it down to your own ward. In your own ward, where you have councillors, and we reduce this in my teachings. In your own ward, a small community, egalitarian community, you will still find a way to divide. That these people have gone one time for councillorship. It is our own turn. You don't really care about the ability of that person. What you're thinking is your son should be the councillor next, or your nephew. Usually, you will give to someone who's unemployed, and in some cases, unemployable individuals are the ones that you assign this position to because you said it is your turn.
So it's based on sentiment.
It's sentiment, and the only way we can do that is for us at every level, recognizing that it exists, and recognizing that we don't want that. And I use Rwanda in my class, for example, because Nigeria experienced the same thing the Rwandans experienced. And we almost came out almost exactly the way they are coming out now. Almost, larger nation. Because the Igbos, I mean, 3 million, some people will say it's over 3 million, some say it's 8 million or so. We are killed, we are slaughtered through the Biafran War. And we are also impoverished. At the end of the day, whether you're a billionaire or not, they only receive 20 pounds. And nobody complained. So at the end of the day, they say, no victor, no vanquish. But you gave them 20 pounds. All their money became nothing. And the Igbos, for the most part, forgave. They went on, they went back. They went back to the north, they went back to the west, they went back to the south. Okay? But the system was still being structured to antagonize them. The system is still being structured to oppress them. Whether they're observing, you know what, they don't want us. That gives rise to those seeking for separation.
The fresh agitations.
The agitations. Because if you say no victors, no vanquish, you must do certain things. When I was in America, I was among few lawyers, very bright lawyers, who decided that corporations that benefited from the institution of slavery must compensate the black Africans. And so we put together a case called In Re African American Slave Litigation. Okay, I was among the lawyers that drafted, with other manners of people, to compensate descendants of slaves. Nobody has done that for the Biafrans. Because they built things that were taken from them, and some of those wealth, people took it, and people have become very wealthy who otherwise did not merit it. Okay? So, but then they forgive it. So we need to really come up to a point where we have a national discussion and be open about all these things so we can start mending fence. But there is some causation element. There are things that made these things happen. Allow people to, to air their view. There's a need for at least once a year national discussion where we openly talk about these things, talk about the problem, and come up with solution. It's not just we sit down and
as against secession.
Of course, because the process of secession is not done the way it's being done now. Many countries separate, but you don't do those agitation the way it's done now. If you want to do secession, there's a process, and you can't have just a group of persons leading it. You must also get all parts to be involved, including those in government. Somebody can move a motion for that, but not a secession that we just have to go. You need to understand the process. And people are being fed, you know, I don't want to say garbage, but they are being fed things that are not obtainable. You don't just come up and you say that so charter say this and you're consuming it. One man cannot run the show. Secession, even Ojugu in his time had a cabinet. You can't have a one-man show. You can't come up and you say that everybody have said, and we must have what do you call it, the so-called referendum. Referendum is not imposed by foreigners. You go there or some country and you say you have established embassy. You don't do fake. You don't succeed by propaganda. And then you don't succeed by calling names to other people. You abuse people, you call your country zoo. No, we can't say that. The Nigeria is zoo and all this. And if you want to succeed, look at the history of countries that have done that successfully. We've had failed ones and we've had successful ones. We're talking about advanced countries. And we're also talking about some African nations where they have had peaceful secession. You can have a peaceful secession, but there must be some meeting of the mind. It can't be a one man's way and no other person's opinion. You can't wake up one day and you decide for me and you only. Because we are still in a democratic process. Whether I am desirous of seceding or not, I must be told. And there must be time. There's a process of it. Even if you look at what happened in the Bakassi Peninsula, people were given choice of
either being a part of this or this.
Exactly. Some people actually agreed to move to
remain in Nigeria or to move to Cameroon.
Most remained in Nigeria, but some moved to Cameroon. So you can't come in and you said that we're going to do that. When they did the map, there's a division. Map is created. And you must have a conversation. Even as rural as that peninsula is. There was a meeting. And then you chose. You get a Nigerian passport or you get a Cameroonian passport. If you decide to remain in Nigeria, they will find a way to locate you. This area you are is now Cameroon. Even if your great-grandfather's grave is there, you can pick it with you
and move.
But move you have to.
But move you have to.
If you decide the other side.
You want to be.
Okay, let's return to the issue of political crisis in Nigeria. I don't know if there's anything like inter-party crisis.
Yes.
Crisis, parties against other parties.
Yes, you have it going on in River State.
Tell us about it.
Of course. River State is a case study of inter-party. Because you have a clear PDP elected governor. Okay? Who is being removed illegally by APC.
Your former...
By APC, you know, and a man that was elected as president under APC. That's inter-party. The house is destroyed. That's the executive arm is also destroyed. And the APC government imposed a quasi-military regime. Okay? And I believe the fear of Tinubu is the beginning of wisdom. That is why you have the Akwa Ibom guy vegetating, and he said Tinubu all the way 2027.
The Akwa Ibom governor.
The current governor. You read it?
Even when he's of PDP.
He's of PDP. So immediately he thought about it. Akwa Ibom is the highest producer of oil. Okay? To save his skin in his own political infinite wisdom, he said, you know what? Baba Tinubu all the way. And so against every other thing, he threw in the towel. So when you have a system like that, despite the opposition's view, and despite, we're talking about learned silks all over the world, that is wrong, that is undemocratic. There's no place in our constitution that allows for that. And in fact, there is no emergency. You can't point out to that emergency.
Security emergency.
There's none that met that threshold. That even where people are being killed and slaughtered, he's supposed to impose, that kind of rule. He did it. That all these things just created for reverse money. That's the allegation.
I know political undertone.
Of course, because they want to turn Rivers to APC. Because the governor, the former governor of Rivers State, Barrister Yusuf Wike, who is also an actor in this all this in favor of the APC government, because he's paying PDP back in what they did. He's actively ready and prepared to do whatever it takes to remove the governor of Rivers State. And he has succeeded, whether you call it halfway, to be dislodged and dispossessed of your seat that you were freely elected for 6 months. And that 6 months could be extended under the Tinubu.
There's actually a meeting between the president, the suspended governor, and the pro-Wike House of Assembly members. We don't know the outcome yet, but that's not our area of concentration now. Something that looks like inter-party crisis is foreign country interference. Foreign countries
you're talking about the foreign interference.
Even international organizations. Are we having that effect on Nigerian political stability?
We've always had that. You remember that we were a colony.
But we've gained liberty.
The independence is not so independent. We are still dependent. We are dependent economically. We are dependent in terms of even infrastructure. We can't do anything for ourselves. We are dependent in terms of international recognition. We are dependent in terms of resource allocation. We are dependent even in terms of our own health care. Militarily, we don't produce anything. We pretend to have the military school of engineering and all those stuff. We don't produce any weapons. We don't produce even a rubber bullet in this country. So we are dependent in all those aspects of life. As long as we are dependent on that, they will continue to interfere. You have the US here monitoring our election. Why should they? I was a state party chairman. They come in and they monitor us. We have the EU monitoring our election. Why should they? We have the UK monitoring our election. They even run, there's this organization that UK and US, they run. They come to do the Democratic Institute, US Democratic Institute. They have the one run by the Republicans and another run by the Democrats. And they'll come in under pretext they want to encourage women into politics. And they'll be holding all manners of seminars. Through that process, they infuse funds into the system. You can't do that in the US. In fact, a foreigner cannot donate. It is a crime. It is a crime for you running to receive a foreign donation knowingly. It's a crime punishable by jail term. Yes. And it's also a crime for a foreigner who stays in the US to donate into a candidate. It's a crime. So how come they're still playing Big Brothers? They are playing Big Brothers. Then they are within our security system. You heard them saying they went and rescued their own hostages. How did they manage to
penetrate
our airspace? And they took over and rescued their own hostage. You heard them, some of these financial people, they just did some arrangement and they released those. They were being charged, being detained. One of them escaped that claimed he was going to the mosque. The man from, I think it's Kenya, they released him, a prisoner, a detainee. They released him to go to mosque, and from mosque, he escaped. The other man, the one from the US, they've negotiated his release and he's been released. So it undermines our democratic process. If a man has been charged for financial fraud and the public do not know how it ends, if you want to swab it, prison swabs are done. But you must subject yourself.
A transparent process.
But first of all, you must go through the judicial process. It's not extradition, it's different. If you committed a crime here, you must go through the process, be either found guilty or not guilty. If you're guilty, they must sentence you. Then they can transfer the prisoner on either a prison swab arrangement or simple a prison send back. You go back there and you serve your time because our prison is not good enough for foreigners.
Comparatively. All right, for want of time, what do you envision as the potential pathway for Nigerian democracy in the next decade? Are there particular reforms or movements that you believe can significantly alter the current trajectory in political governance in the country?
I think it has already happened, but we need to sustain it. It has happened in 2023, you know, where it started with 2015. It was almost impossible to think about
the incumbent
losing. So in 2015, and then the President Goodluck Jonathan is a show of class. He didn't contest it, despite all the pressure. He showed class, he showed statesmanhood, he showed sportsmanship. So it happened then. And it's repeated again this time around. We just saw it in 2023 with people whom you never believed could win it. People, you know, you hear an Okada rider being elected into the House of Reps because the people want him. In Enugu State here, you saw 2 senators being elected under Labour Party because the people want somebody else. You saw a sitting governor losing election. It's unheard of before. So the reform, the process is already there. But it's the sustainability that we are praying to God, and not just praying to God, and believing that good people will keep joining politics and staying in politics. The OBs are there, and I want more OB because the obedient movement helped to sustain that part. We are, you see it in Abia State. You wouldn't believe that some guy would just enter and win. And,
after 16 years of PDP in the state.
Exactly, and ousted. Enugu State, it almost happened. Depending on who you ask, they will say it's manipulation. Some will say that Edoga won. However, Edoga has gone and made a profound statement, admitting that he didn't win. That
Governor Peter Mbah has joined.
He has joined, but more importantly, he says that Governor Peter Mbah is the people's choice. So maybe that's a revelation, something he didn't know before that he found out through the litigation process. So if we sustain the trajectory, I think we'll continue to move better. Now you see people in APs, like myself, I left. So it shows that we are moving. If we no longer agree, it's nothing offensive. We're saying that it no longer fit me. The aerofiles have left. There are more people who are going to leave. And those people are going to find themselves somewhere to keep tweaking the system. They'll speak out, like I'm speaking out now, and then they will join a system and join hand to keep making sacrifice.
And someday we'll get it better.
We get it right.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ben Muye, for your very resourceful contribution to Politicals this evening on Signature Evening. Political crisis and the future of democracy in Nigeria was our subject matter. We shall return for the second discussion segment in a bit. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
On this discussion point on politicals, we want to take a look at ethnic politics and Nigeria's unity in a democratic governance. The Nigerian state since political independence in 1960. That looks like that. Our guest on this subject matter is the Chairman Inter-Party Advisory Council IPAC ENUGU and Chairman Boots Party ENUGU State Obioma Nnamani. Welcome to Politicals.
Thank you so much. Welcome my viewers.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so to what extent, let's just dive right in, to what extent has the ethnic politics shaped Nigeria's decision-making in Nigeria's democratic era?
Well, ethnic politics has played a dominant role. You know, as a matter of fact, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to not experience ethnic sentiments, you know, in the polity. There is nowhere in Nigeria, there is no office that sentiment does not play out. So I can tell you authoritatively that it has been a dominant issue in the Nigerian politics. Thank you.
Now, okay, Nigeria is often described as a nation of diverse ethnic groups, multi-ethnic groups. The way, I don't know, in your own opinion, how has these various ethnic group or ethnic diversity influenced political alignments and governance in Nigeria? You know, Mr. President has often been accused of nepotism, and he was not the first to face such accusations. Even the immediate past president was also accused of making political appointments along the line, religious and ethnic line. So, looking at how this has influenced political alignment and governance in Nigeria, what is your view?
Well, you are correct. You know, when you say that in Nigeria, not just the present, even the past, you know, there has been a lopsidedness, you know, in the appointments or in sharing the resources, if I may put it that way. We have, like you said, you know, multi-ethnic and nationalities, over 250. And then, amongst that, I can tell you that why it has continued to influence the Nigerian politics, and I'm talking about that ethnic sentiment, why it has continued to influence the Nigerian politics is because of that diversity. You see, when people feel that their own ethnic identity or person is not represented, or that their ethnic nationalities are not being represented within the government, it calls for concern. Some persons start raising some form of agitation. And at the end of the day, it boils down to why people will always make reference on the need to establish federal character. The essence of that is to have an evenly distribution of resources or appointments to make sure that all the ethnic nationalities, in one way or the other, are fully represented. That is it.
Okay, so how exactly can the national parties in Nigeria be reconstructed in a way that it doesn't really portray ethnic interests?
Sorry, let me get your question, please.
How exactly can political parties be structured in a way, in terms, I mean, for the sake of democracy, so that it's not structured in a way that it is in favor of a particular ethnic group?
Well, you know that
is it even possible to structure parties not in line with ethnic sentiments, so that we don't have Igbo political parties,
yes,
parties for the house?
Yes. On a normal, a political party has a national face, because you see, people are at liberty to join a political party, irrespective of where they come from. Someone cannot want to join the party, and then he will be told, sorry, you are not from this ethnic group, so therefore you will not join. No, it does not happen. So you are at liberty. The question of whether a political party eventually seems to be a regional thing is when unintentionally, you know, people start aligning, especially people within that region, start aligning with that political party. But it does not mean that it is originally structured or designed
along
yes,
ethnic lines.
Exactly.
Now, let's look at a party like APGA.
Yes.
Was it also formed with the national view?
Oh, of course.
How on earth did it eventually turn to Igbo party first and then Anambra party thereafter?
Well, if you discover.
And I think the slogan is Nkabunkan, is that exactly
the slogan? Yes. Now, if you discover the first national chairman of that party was an Igbo, you know, Chekwa Sokori, an Igbo man. You discover too, the first presidential candidate, you know, was a Dim Odumegwu.
Both of Anambra State.
Yes, Anambra State. So, given that these are strong political figures within that state, he was able to give the party an edge or advantage in Anambra State. And that is why, till date, the APGA is still a strong party, you know, in Anambra State. But that level of influence was not exerted to other states. But it does not necessarily mean that originally it was designed, you know, as a regional party. No, far from that. Thank you.
So what strategies exactly can be employed to shift the Nigerian political culture from the ethnic loyalty that it's in to issues-based politics?
What can be done is that Nigerians will need a form of sensitization. That sensitization is to a large extent, rise above ethnic sentiments. You see, when we say that the ethnic sentiments, you know, playing a role, you know, in Nigerian politics, that it can hardly be erased, it does not mean that there are people who do not understand that form of politics is to strike a balance while observing and recognizing, yes, that the minorities need to also have their say, need to also have their way. We must also observe that there is something called competence, called character, and if I may add, commitment in leadership. Down to competence, character, and commitment, I can tell you we will have less worry about ethnic sentiments. I can tell you that. You know why? There is a saying that there is no discrimination against competence. It's just like when you want to fix your car. Your concern is who can fix the car.
Better.
Not where the person comes from. Your concern is who can fix this. So you have no business trying to find out whether it's from this state, or that state, or this or that. Your question is, can you fix this car? You know, the same thing goes. If maybe there's ill health and you visit a doctor, you do not go trying to find out
where the person is from.
Yes, from A or from B or from C state. Your concern is, can the person be able to provide the solution for the ill health? Man, that is what actually should drive our choice of political leaders.
Okay.
But because Nigeria is the way it is, and of course you know too well that the level of education is low in Nigeria. I don't know if you know that, especially in some regions. You know, I don't want to be specific. So because those things are on ground, it is very, very difficult for you not to find people who are just falling over themselves still on the issue of the ethnic sentiment above the national interest. But it's wrong.
Is it possible for local interests to be aligned with national progress without compromising on either? Ethnic interest with the larger society, the national society?
When there is a balance, definitely.
Have we had instances that you can call to mind?
Well, if, for example, one is from a minority ethnic group, but also has the capacity to deliver effectively, but because of that minority does not have the opportunity, meaning the block of votes to get into power or office in order to deliver the vision that he has for the people. It becomes a challenge. But if there is zoning or rotation introduced into the system, it is that zoning, that rotation, that will now give the person an opportunity to come and be supported by the others. But as long as that opportunity does not come, it will be extremely difficult for the person to ascend to that office using that minority.
Okay, but do you believe in zoning political formula? You know, maybe to curb ethnic violence or marginalization even?
Good. Now, I believe in zoning. I believe in rotation of power, but not at the expense of competence. Not at the expense of one who can be able to deliver effectively. But also, we must note that there is no ethnic I don't think it's possible. So by the time we look inwards, you will still find someone from somewhere who can be able to deliver effectively. So yes, I believe in zoning definitely, because it gives everyone the equal opportunity, the ethnic groups the equal opportunities to be able to have a representative.
Okay. Now, the politicians have been accused of manipulating the polity using, one, religious sentiments as well as ethnic sentiments. Do you think that is correct?
Yes, yes. I agree with that. You know, and of course, it didn't even start today. You know, in fact, it has been, you know, something that has kept on reoccurring every 4 years during elections. So it's not a strange thing that we see in the politics.
Interesting. Ethnic tensions have sometimes escalated into violence. In the case of what happened in Edo State, people that traveled from Kano, but the people from Kano State that were, you know, traveling and they were incinerated right there. You have the cases of herders farmers clash and so many of it. What do you think are the things that can be employed to, you know, cut down on the ethnic clashes that we have going on in Nigeria currently?
Well, when you talk about ethnic clashes, it seems to me like you're referring to a security challenge or security challenges.
More than political.
Yes, yes. Because, you know, take, for example, you know, in case of Edo, you know, just like what you mentioned, what happened, you know, is not politics. You know, it was just the people were kind of concerned, you know, trying to perhaps protect their place. They were not sure, you know, in my own thinking, they were not sure who these ones are, whether they have come to attack them or not. So in trying to perhaps protect their own people, their territory, their families, you know, their children and all of that, that incident, that ugly, you know, incident now happened. But I think, you know, it was more of a security issue, that perhaps, you know, security agents, you know, the relevant security agencies, you know, will be in the right position to answer.
Okay. Looking at the program of the NYSC that is going on, it has a way of, you know, putting people from different ethnic religions or ethnic regions to a different one. Do you see this federal character being reducing ethnic tensions?
Start again, please. Sorry.
The concept of the NYSC.
Yes, yes.
It takes people from a particular region to a different place, possibly that they haven't been there before. Do you think that this federal character is reducing ethnic tensions in Nigeria?
Yes, yes, yes. In my own views, yes, to a large extent. To a large extent, you know. Of course, there has been situations, you know, where you find, you know, people from different tribes, you know, getting married just for that purpose alone, you know. And it has, yes, gone to a large extent to be able to douse the ethnic tensions. The other thing is that, you know, though I'm in a kind of a digressing a little from this, but when we talk about the youth service and how it's done, I think that the relevant agencies that oversee all that, should do more to ensure the security of the people. The security.
Okay, so the only clog in the wheel of that as a tool for ethnic cohesion
yes.
is insecurity.
Yes, the security issues there, because there has been cases where people have been waylaid, along the road, traveling to their
place of primary assignment.
Exactly, and not one, not two, not three. In fact, series of such examples, and I don't think it's good,
This ethnic diversity influencing political alignment in Nigeria, are there implications when it comes to national unity?
This
ethnic diversity and concentrations, does it affect national unity?
Well, when it starts playing a dominant role, when it takes the center stage above national interests, then the tendency, the possibility to affect negatively the national unity is very high. Is very, very high, because our first focus and loyalty should be to the national interest. So the ethnic interest should never come above national interest, and that is the way it should be. When it goes the other way around, then it becomes a problem. It definitely will affect it negatively. That's my take.
Okay, all of these conflicts and lack of social cohesion within the country that is regarded as one, is there a democratic solution? I don't know now, that can bring about cohesion, that can bring about unity in our own, using democracy as a tool, as a measure?
Well, I believe there is, but it will not be an easy ride, as they say. I believe, yes.
Okay. Let's digress a little. We shall return to focus. I saw as your designation, chairman of Boot Party. When we talked to a politician earlier, he said there's about 19 registered political parties in Nigeria. In fact, that all of them are represented even in Enugu State, where our main studio is located. And so I'm hearing about the Boot Party for the first time. I don't know if Queensley has always been.
Really?
I haven't.
Okay, so is it a registered political party? Maybe it's not even a political party, and
no, it is.
No,
it is.
Tell us about the Boot Party.
Boot Party is a registered political party in Nigeria, duly registered by the INEC.
Okay.
So the acronym is Because of Our Tomorrow.
Oh.
Boot. Yes.
Oh.
So when we say Boot Party, it's actually an acronym, meaning because of our tomorrow. But just like you asked, it is a registered political party in Nigeria.
Now, when Labour became a third force during the last political outing, some persons did not hear about that party, other than one state in the west, the southwest, that had a governor from that party. As a journalist, I'm not sure I know any other thing about that party until 2023. And it was said that it doesn't have a structure. That's where I'm going now. Do you have a structure?
Definitely. Yes, we do.
Okay. And the national representatives or flag bearers when it comes to elections?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right, let's return to our subject matter. Do you think that in fostering a more inclusive national identity, that politicians can help have our narrative, political narratives, outside ethnic sentiments? Will that help also?
Let me be clear.
Okay, in our case, to have a national identity, to be one indeed, to be a united force.
Yes.
How can the politicians be a part of that move?
Okay.
To have conversation not within ethnic sentiment.
When you said to be a united force, are you saying as a political party?
No. I'm
because
talking about
that's what I'm
Nigeria as a country, our national identity, not a party, a thing. You remember when the immediate the incumbent president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, came to was declaring his interest. He said Emilokon. He used his own language to tell us that it was his turn. Okay, and then a lot of persons queued along that line because he was one of their own. I will not say that that is not the same with the flag bearer, national flag bearer of Labour Party, who we have a lot of persons from Southeast vote for. Because he was from this side, this part, and there's this feeling that it's also the turn of the Igbo man. Is it possible that politicians can help us achieve this national identity of oneness that we're talking about?
Okay. I've said this earlier, and I said yes, that it is possible. But of course, it's not an easy ride. One is that the way Nigeria is now, even during elections, the first thing that comes to the mind of the people is that sentimental reasons. They want to attach unnecessary ethnic sentiment before they cast their votes. If, for example, you have an Hausa Fulani in a ballot, you have a Southeasterner Igbo in a ballot, you have a Westerner Yoruba in a ballot, the three of them in a ballot, and you ask people to cast their vote on their choice of candidate, what you will notice is that the people, if you take a statistics on the people who are voting and are asking them, their first reasoning will be, he is from my place. That's just how the average Nigerian thinks when it comes to voting. So to be able to rise above that, I've said earlier, it has to take a lot of sensitization. In fact, I don't know how long it's going to take, whether it's even possible to erase that ethnic sentiment completely, because it always comes to play. They will ask, where is the person from first, before they ask, what can he do? Man, this is an issue for all of us. So people don't bother about the competence, whether the person can deliver effectively or not. They just want to know, where is he from? Okay, he's from my place, then let's vote for him. Man, that is a challenge. As a matter of fact, it is affecting the country, and it has continued to affect the country. And of course, I don't pray, but it may continue to affect the country, Nigeria.
You just mentioned sensitization, and I want to ask you, in what ways can the educational system play a role in combating this ethnical prejudice that's going on?
education plays a very good role when it comes to the mind of the people. Education tends to liberate the mind. When that is done, when people get enough or good or quality education, first and foremost, they start thinking logically. They have a strong logical reasoning. They can make the right judgment. It's not just, okay, we are told, if he's our person, from our place, let's vote him. No. They want to ask more questions. What can he do? If he eventually gets to power, will he be able to do this or that? The promises that has been made, how will they be achieved? He asks pertinent questions. But when the quality education is not there, it becomes difficult to even let the people know what to do, or even for them to think effectively for themselves.
Before we let you go, Bioma, you're also the chairman of Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC ENUGU. We get to hear your voice only during elections, and it's a good thing you're with us right here on Signature Evening. And so you're going to tell us some of the activities of IPAC in the political space in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much. What IPAC does is to ensure the deepening of democracy in Nigeria. So it is to that end that we work with the electoral umpire, the INEC, which is an unbiased umpire, to ensure that the democracy in Nigeria is what it is supposed to be, even as it relates to the conduct of elections. And that is why you notice that most of the times, before, during, or after the election, there's always the synergy between the political parties, the INEC, and the security agencies, because we try to make sure that the election is free, fair, and credible, and at the same time, violence-free.
And you get to achieve that to a large extent?
Yes, definitely.
Are all the political parties in Nigeria represented in IPAC?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. For want of time, I think this is where we are going to end this conversation. I mean, it continues. Shortly, we will begin another political season, and we'll have more of this discussion.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Obioma Namani, for being with us.
Thank you so much.
He is the chairman Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, and chairman of Boots Party. And in case you do not know, that's a political party, and he is representing Enugu State's Boots Party. Ethnic politics in Nigeria's unity and democratic governance, that was our focus. We shall observe a short break. When we return, we will continue on Signature Evening.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And on the news this evening, Senator Okeaza decries level of insecurity in Enugu North Senatorial District. Catholic priest Reverend Father John Ibe enjoins Christians to show humility in their daily lives. Nigeria to reposition our foreign policy to attract more foreign investments. Easter celebration in Enugu, a beacon of hope amid economic challenges. Christians at Oka mark Easter with Sunday services and masses. And Enyimba Football Club of Aba record victory over Kano Pillars in the NPFL. Just follow us on the correspondent report of all of the stories. We shall return soon.
Let me make it very, very clear that all attempts are made to call the governor, he never picked my call. All text messages I have sent to him, he never responded. I even wrote an official letter to him. Till today, there is no acknowledgement of that letter. There is no response. So
this is curious.
Yes, quote me. Quote me. I even got in touch with his personal staff to tell him that I was calling him for urgent matters. If as a senator, my governor cannot pick my call to know what is happening to my people, then it's very unfortunate. But that is the truth. My constituency is Enugu North Senatorial District. And within the boundaries of this district, you have Igweze North, you have Igweze South, you have Udenu, you have Usuka local government, you have Igwetiti local government, and you have Uzuwani local government. Incidentally, Uzuwani local government has been a killing field over the years. In 2016, when former Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi was in the government house, the Fulani herdsmen attacked Nimbo. Nimbo is an agricultural village in Uzuwani. agricultural community, agrarian community. In fact, generally, Ozu 1 is the food basket of Enugu State. Ozu 1 is capable of feeding the whole of southern Nigeria. If you recall, the agricultural settlement, it's the first farm settlement set up by M.I. Okpara, was in Ozu 1 local government area.
Yes, you're correct.
That is to tell you how far it has been discovered the agricultural potentials of Ozu 1 in local government.
So why has this insecurity thing taken over in the past couple of years?
So as I was telling you, in 2016, Fulani herdsmen came to Ozu 1, precisely in Nimbo, overnight killed about 46 people, butchered men and women, including pregnant women. We all bemoaned the incident. I personally came from Port Harcourt and went to Nimbo to commiserate with them. Lo and behold, nothing was done. In fact, last year, precisely, last year, they went there and killed about 5 people again in Nimbo. Maybe you would have seen where I went to Nimbo last year. Precisely in May, I was on 24th May last year, 2024. I was in Nimbo. And nothing has happened since then. Now, they have come in full force. Nimbo is not safe. Adan is not safe. Ovoro is not safe. Nkorogu is not safe. Adaba is not safe. Name any village in Ozu 1, nowhere is safe. After my visit to Nimbo in May last year, I went back to the Senate. I moved the motion, which was adopted by the Senate. And the Senate Committee on Legislative Compliance followed it up. The Inspector General of Police has that resolution. The Chief of Army Staff has it. The Director General of SS has it. The Director General of Civil Defense has it. And nothing has been done. They don't even have, the police in Ozu 1 don't even have enough manpower. Anambra State has waited and waited and waited. Every day, there must be one report of one clean or the other in Anambra State. Anambra State government set up their own security outfit that works in conjunction with the security agencies.
Yeah.
I had expected that by now, Enugu State should have its own security agency. Because, let the truth be told, I always accuse the headsmen. Sometimes you have headsmen working in collaboration with our own indigenous criminals. Now that the heat is on the criminals in Anambra State, some of them will enter into Enugu State. Kogi State has set up a vigilante task force, with sophisticated weapons. That Ozu 1 shares border with Kogi State. So you will expect that the bandits as they call them, that will be chased away from Kogi. We find Suko in the bushes in Ozuwani. In fact, it was discovered. No, let me make this point.
Yes.
It was discovered that the people that attacked Nimbo last year in 2024 and 2016, they came from Kogi State.
Really?
Yes. That was what the natives told us when we went there. The solution now is self-defense. The villagers have always defended themselves, so it's just that these people come now with sophisticated weapons.
Moody Thursday also refers to the washing of feet. It is part of the Paschal Triduum, a 3-day period of celebration commemorating the passion, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Moody Thursday is a reenactment of the practice during which Jesus Christ washed the feet of his disciples. This preceded the Last Supper, a final meal which Christ held with his followers before he was crucified. Preaching the sermon at St. Joseph Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU, Reverend Father Ibe maintained that everything about Jesus Christ depicted humility and service to humanity. This attribute, he said, should be emulated by all those who profess to be his followers. Reverend Father Ibe noted that the Passover feast, a celebration of God's deliverance of the Israelites from slavery, revealed the ultimate deliverance through the death of Jesus Christ.
The Eucharist, the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus, and love go together. They go together. You cannot be feasting on the body and blood of Christ and you are hating in your heart. No? And sometimes that is why we believe that when maybe our prayers are not answered. Because we don't do what is right. We don't follow the commandments of God.
Worshippers and the practitioners say the event reminds them of the love of Jesus Christ and his level of compassion. They say they are happy to participate in the foot washing.
For you to be the head, you will be the front, be the servant of all. And that is why you show humility, that as a leader, you need to be humble. And you need to seek the interests of others, not your own self. You need to do what will benefit everyone.
And the crosses are removed from the church, and we do our 1 hour night watch with our Lord Jesus Christ to tell him that we understand the love he showed us.
Teaches us that we have to be humble and try to help those who need help, and to not to exercise our positions in the society, but to do much we can do to assist those who need help. Okay.
The foot washing celebration also fostered a sense of community and bonding among worshippers as they came together to celebrate and reflect on their faith. From St. Joseph Catholic Church, Thinkers Corner, ENUGU.
Board Chair of Agora Policy, Mrs. Ojobo Atuluku, affirmed the reason for establishing the organization was to bridge the gap between government and citizens. She described Agora Policy as a non-profit forum focused on contextually relevant advocacy and practical policy support. She commended the partnership with the MacArthur Foundation and highlighted the importance of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity in addressing national challenges.
Agora Policy is a Nigerian think tank and a non-profit, and we are focused on finding solutions to urgent national challenges. There are two things that drive us at Agora Policy. One is that we are evidence-led, and the evidence has to be contextually relevant. Secondly is that we are solution-driven. It's not just about finding solutions. The solutions also have to be apt and appropriate. We also believe in a participatory approach to policy making as well.
One of the high points of the dialogue was the keynote address by Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tuga, who called for a resilient and pragmatic foreign policy.
Nigeria's foreign policy during a time of global uncertainty is not merely about responding to external pressures, but also about shaping our destiny within the international order. It is about ensuring that our economy is resilient, our security is safeguarded, voice is amplified in global decision-making. As we look to the future, I urge all stakeholders, diplomats, academics, business leaders, and civil society to play their part in strengthening Nigeria's global standing.
Ambassador Tuga noted that the global order was evolving rapidly due to shifting power dynamics, climate change, technological disruption, and regional conflicts. He stressed the need for Nigeria to assess its national interests while remaining an active player on the global stage.
The post-Cold War consensus that shaped global governance for the past 3 decades is increasingly fracturing. The resurgence of great power competition, the fragmentation of multilateralism, and the proliferation of regional conflicts have created a more unpredictable world than ever in our post-independence history. The global economy is experiencing persistent inflationary pressures, debt crises in emerging markets, and the reconfiguration of trade partnerships. The rise of new technologies from artificial intelligence to digital currencies introduces opportunities and challenges for economic governance and national security. Climate change continues to pose an existential threat, with Africa disproportionately affected despite contributing the least to global emissions.
The minister outlined key foreign policy goals, including strengthening bilateral ties with emerging powers, prioritizing Africa as the center of Nigeria foreign policy, and leveraging economic projects for regional development. Ambassador Tuga noted the pivotal role of defense diplomacy, multilateral engagement, and climate diplomacy in international relations, while reiterating Nigeria's commitment to dialogue over militarization.
As global power shifts towards multipolarity, Nigeria must assert greater strategic autonomy in its international engagements. We're strengthening our bilateral relations with emerging powers such as China, India, Brazil, while maintaining constructive partnerships with the United States, the European Union, and traditional allies. We aim to ensure that Nigeria is not merely a passive actor in global affairs, but an active shaper of outcomes that align with our national interests.
Speaking with Agora Policy's founder, Mr. Waziri Adio, Ambassador Tuga expanded on Tinubu's administration's foreign policy focus, highlighting economic diplomacy and citizen-centered engagement, revealing plans to reposition Nigeria's foreign relations to attract investment and elevate the country's image globally. He also pledged to modernize the Foreign Affairs Ministry and improve consular service for Nigerians abroad.
Of course, there are challenges because we are not spending as much on diplomacy as we used to. We are spending more on security, but we are not doing this. We're not unique in doing that. A lot of countries are doing the same.
The Agora Policy Forum is expected to become a regular platform for fostering inclusive policy discussions that address Nigeria's most urgent national and international concerns. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
For many in ENUGU, Easter is a time of reflection, renewal, and rejoicing. Nigeria's harsh economic realities have significantly impacted Easter celebrations. While some scaled back celebrations due to financial constraints, the essence of the occasion remains steadfast. A resident, Juliet Obonna, noted that Easter fosters spiritual discipline beyond mere festivity.
Actually, during this Easter period, a lot was on my neck because I didn't participate fully, but spiritually I was involved, but physically I was not fully involved because of work and the rest. So, but actually I'm happy that today I was able to be here. We prepared both spiritually, somehow financially, food as well. So, enough to marry.
Rising cost of living, transportation, and goods have forced many to prioritize essentials expenses over festive spending. Some even cancel travel plans due to exorbitant airfares and transportation costs.
Everybody knows that things are very hard now. The rise in the market, we know the costs. But we were able to afford. I was able to afford little for my family.
I know that the economy is too hard now, but no matter what, we are going to celebrate Easter and eat and drink as much as we want.
At St. John's Catholic Parish, Easter festivities gained added significance with the sacrament of confirmation administered to new converts. Children who had prepared for their first Holy Communion also received Jesus in the Eucharist for the first time, marking a pivotal moment in their faith journey as they were welcomed into full communion with the Catholic Church.
The vice chairman of the parish pastoral council, we did everything that we are supposed to do to make sure that all the members of the parish participate one way or the other in the activities of Easter, especially those who received their first Holy Communion. Someone received baptism, sacrament of baptism, and confirmation at the same time. So all this we did to achieve this Easter.
I felt happy and excited, and I went through a lot of series of hard work and tough work, but I still passed, and I'll be happy to say what I've
So later on, she now told me that she passed. We started, even yesterday, I was still moving around the market to know if I can get what she will use, like her tie. It was not easy. This morning, they started again that, see, Thanksgiving is today, how are we going to do it? We started moving around to look for something that they will use to do it. But all I know is that after much more, I feel blessed. I am very, very excited, and I feel blessed for her to be one of them.
Easter celebrations across churches and communities in ENUGU were marked by enthusiasm and devotion, underscoring the importance of community faith and spiritual rejuvenation in the face of adversity. In ENUGU, Chinemerem Ikebunam for
At St. Faith Cathedral Church, Awka, the Archbishop of Niger Province and Bishop of Awka Anglican Communion, Most Reverend Alexander Ibezim, urged Christians to look to the risen Christ for the loosening of their chains and bonds and for their liberation. Most Reverend Ibezim identified sorrow and lack of joy in one's life as causes of temptations and tribulation, often leading to catastrophic outcomes. He cited 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 54 to 57 to emphasize that salvation is the central purpose of Christ's coming.
Somebody can lose their salvation. Somebody can be a church member, but it's not a good relationship with God. As you are sitting down, have you lost your salvation? Where is your salvation? Parents, you may be wrong. Parents may be wrong.
The choir was present, singing a hallelujah hymn to celebrate the resurrection from the dead. At St. Patrick's Catholic Cathedral, Awka, Reverend Father Anthony Nwafo described the story of Christ's suffering, death, and resurrection as the greatest in history, serving as the source and center of human salvation. He noted that Christ's death is so remarkable that thousands of years later, no one refers to him as the late Christ because he remains alive, having triumphed over death itself. The Catholic priest reminded the congregation that Christ's death and resurrection involved immense suffering and challenges, underscoring that the crown is preceded by the cross.
The Bible says in the Gospel of Matthew 28, verse 6, He is not here. He has risen as he said. The Bible says in Luke 24, verse 34, Indeed, he has risen. N'ezie, o sigo n'ọnwụ bilite.
Precious Paul for Signature TV News.
Well, for today, I think it was a very tough game for us. Many players, came and proved their worth that they are one of the strong teams in the league. Give it to them, they played well, and I think at the end we got the winning. I think the scoreline did not reflect to the game because if we had converted all our chances, we have scored more goals. I think 1 or 2 goals were disallowed. The referee knows why. I think we have done better, especially in conversion, to convert our chances. First half, we were just in front of goal, couldn't convert our chances. But because of the problem we had in attack. Today's game, the attack, we were lacking in up front. We played the game, created chances. I think our attack has failed us and not converting those chances. Because I think today too, injury did not help matters. None of our attackers were injured for this game, and it really was evident in the game as we saw a lot of chances being missed.
Yeah, I think I was thinking I'm going to get something here because after coming back, getting something from here, probably it might boost the continental hope that we have. But losing the match today, I think it's going to be difficult for us. Yeah, I think the comportment of the team depends on my absence for more than, I think, 7 weeks, I think, out of suspension. And when I came back, I think a lot of things happened in the team. You can see there are a lot of young players that we are trying to guide in the team. And also the lack of concentration of the team. And also the attitude of some of the boys, which is very difficult to shape up the team in this next 5 weeks. And I think that's what we'll be doing. But today, this match, I think, is something that we have to get something. I've got something here in Aba.
It's good. I believe the fans have been waiting for this opportunity, to win a game at home and be comfortable winning. At the last 10 minutes, we are a bit shaky, but at the end, we got the victory, which is important.
Hi guys, welcome to another edition of Chatbox on Signature Which Talk Now. Talk now.
Good evening, everybody out there.
I don't understand.
Right now, this is another episode.
I just said that.
Of Chatbox.
But I just said that.
I'm talking now.
Okay.
We are handing over this particular edition to your hands. You viewers, you know, we need your comments down there. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokonta.
And I'm your lovely, beautiful host, Uchenna, as you already know. Yeah. And we have...
By my right hand.
You must always say whether it's by your right hand or by your left hand.
Because it's by my right hand.
Must you emphasize it?
What do you concern you?
Oh yeah, continue.
By my right hand is... Please introduce yourself, sir.
My name is Mr. Nwachupu Nnamdi.
Mr. Nwachupu Nnamdi?
Yeah.
Yes. He's in our midst right now. Okay, so we have a very sensitive topic to talk about. Yeah, please. I think you should do this.
Why?
Nothing.
It's disclaimer. We started this show. You say I'll start it. Now to introduce the topic, you still want to say I should introduce the topic. Yeah. Why? Okay, I will take it that she doesn't know what to say, so I'm going to save the day once again, as I always do. So basically, we want to talk about raising African children. Because as the African children that we are, you know, we want to talk about how raising African children to compete in the global society, or rather globally, yes. You know, as African, we are leaders of tomorrow, you know. Uche, I mean, Queen, leaders of tomorrow, are we not? Thank you. Please, over to our guest.
Our guest will be talking like one of the good girls today.
Yeah, we don't want to talk too much.
Don't want to talk too much.
So we're going to allow our guest to do the talking today. So, the floor is yours. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm allowed to talk now, right?
Yes, you are allowed to talk.
All right. First of all, I want to declare publicly that I'm a lover of children. I love children so much, and it has been my heart desire to see the welfare of children and to ensure that children are raised properly and, you know, produced as productive adults by meaningful parents. Well, actually, the theme of this program, or this project, I would rather term it, is raising super African children. Raising super African children. The purpose for this theme is because of what I have discovered in the African continent and the world at large. You know, most times as parents, we discover that there are discrepancies that are yet to be filled. There are gaps in parenting that are yet to be filled, especially within the African environment. And given that the world is becoming more globalized, the world is becoming more interconnected, and there is space for competition and superiority scenarios all over the globe. Then the African child specifically is justified for this project. Number one, because I am an African, and being an African, I'm actually a Nigerian. And secondly, because of the love I have for children, that has solidified my passion to see this happen. And thirdly, the productive African is actually an asset to the African economy or continent, or let me say Nigeria as a case study, because we all know that from the childhood stage to the late adulthood stage, they are linked. And the childhood stage is actually the stage of the foundation. And if we can educate parents and enlighten parents and empower the average African parent on how best to raise these children, I think we're going to have a better African, or better Africa as a continent. Because if you look at it holistically, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic, the future is not too bright for Africa based on the antecedents and based on present circumstances. And one of the strategies that can help us to get better replacements as adults who are actually going to pass on someday is to raise and empower and to nurture our replacements, which are our children. And so this project is about educating parents, educating child caregivers, teachers, anybody who is involved in child raising, trying to educate them on how best to raise an African child. And being super in this context means we want that child to be able to be empowered to compete globally and to be a full-fledged representative of the African economy. That's actually the essence of this whole project. Okay, so it's just all about empowering the parents, empowering child caregivers, given that the future of Africa is actually dependent on the next generation. That's the concept.
Do you have a specific dynamic of how African parents should raise their children? Because as for me and my household, my mama trained me with, circumstances like you clearly said makes us not to be that leaders of tomorrow we are supposed to be, and we don't get to a certain point we're supposed to get to. So, do you have any dynamics of how you want African
Like,
parents?
what do you mean?
Yeah. Do you want to? Is there any strategic steps you want them to use in training African children?
Super in front. Thank you.
Super African children. I don't know. Like I said, I think I have a good upbringing, a good training.
For me, yeah, like, in as much as we are saying, like, parent, like, to become global, like raising children to, compete globally. At the same time, I feel it boils down to parents too, but I feel like even the society we are in are not even helping us to compete globally. So at the end of the day, it's not particularly the parents, because I mean, the parents, when it comes to like raising the child, like, I would generally say like parents have like generally, I know that there are exceptions to parenting, but generally most African parents actually try the best they can to raise their children, both like in behavior, both in academics, and considering that they have never been parents before, so they are parenting how they know how to best. I mean, it's their first time parenting, so they are doing it how they can best. But like the society in itself, where the child finds, his or herself, is not even helping them to be in a position where they can compete globally.
Okay, well, I want to start from her own question, or what she proposed about the specific strategies that we want to help them to engage. First of all the places I've gone to as a resource person and most of the radio stations, I've always proposed 3 strategies. The first one is to ensure that the child experiences healthy brain development. That's the first step. Healthy brain development. Because statistics have revealed that a lot of parents, of course, when your child comes into the world, the brain is subject to be developed or underdeveloped. Yes, there are strategies you have to engage. It has to be intentional. Most times, some parents leave it by default. They do what they feel that they can do best, not knowing that there are actually extra steps you can engage.
I agree with you on that.
Yes, to ensure that the child...
I just thought of something.
Yeah, I have actually had so much experience as a tutor, both in the university environment and in other sections of schooling. I've discovered that some adults today are paying the price for not experiencing a healthy brain development. You see some mothers who, I may not actually have to go into the specific ways today because of time, but
just tell us one or two.
Okay, you actually see some mothers, even when they were pregnant, they do not engage some optimal practices of a pregnant woman, not knowing fully well that whatever they are doing, some things they are consuming, some places they are going to, some of the exposures, they are affecting the child's neural development, brain development. And when that child comes out and begins to grow or further experiences brain underdevelopment, there is actually a missing opportunity from that dimension. And UNICEF has reported some scary statistics that so many Nigerian children did not experience healthy brain development. It's all over the place, and it reflects in some of the things they do. Some of them experience poor memory loss when they become adults. Some of them lack some coordinations. In fact, if I have to go deeply into it, I may even start getting emotional. So that's why I want to, stop at a particular stage. So forebrain development has been one of the challenges we've been having, because most parents, because the brain is enclosed inside the skull, most parents cannot, they don't know when it is actually performing well or when it's not performing well, especially at the early stage. So one of the thematic focus of this project is to educate parents on how best to ensure that their children experiences healthy brain development.
You know, when you talk about healthy brain development,
yes,
and I immediately said I agree with you. What came to my mind is, when most mothers, or let me not even say mothers, parents, both the father and the mother, when they have their child and their child is growing like a couple of months, I think each month there is something the child can do, and
there are stages.
There are stages to.
Yes.
But I've seen situations where a toddler, maybe the child has started crawling or things like that, and you find there are things most African homes or parents find irrelevant that are very relevant. Things like toys.
Yes.
Toys or all these Lego blocks. Those things in their own way, they help children with concentration.
Yes.
And they help children with like problem solving skills. And at that young age, when they have to like build, those things now, those Lego things where they can dismantle it. And another thing most African homes kind of neglect is cartoons. And I know most African homes, they'll be like, no, cartoons, maybe they will put one movie, African Magic. And I come to a house where you see like a toddler and you're watching, what are you watching? You get, to me, you're retarding that child like mentally, because at that stage, whatever you're watching is actually of no consequence. That child needs colors. That child needs to see, like, children, they have very short attention spans. And so those cartoons, because of the way they make it look, it helps them to like sit down and focus. They learn new words, they learn how to pronounce things. Some of them even learn how to say small things, like small things, like learn how to talk and things like that. I think they help when it comes to like brain development, especially when it comes to like concentration. Even like all these color books. Like, I'm just starting from like toddlers, because we're talking about raising African children. Now, when you're talking about raising African, you have to start from like you said, from the belly, and then when they come into the world, the things you feed them with as parents, the things you make them interact with, things they see, some people that they don't read now is because they were not raised with it.
Yes.
Now, I want to personalize it. Growing up, my parents got me so many storybooks, Lady Bird. I read almost everything. Snow White or Cinderella, or all of them, I read it. In fact, like, I still have, and it helped, like, as I grew, for each age I was in, they got me books for my age. So it helped me a lot with concentration. Like, I can sit down and read a book for hours and not get tired. Most people now can't do it. And reading is something that helps people develop greatly. Yes. And when you find young people or or children not being able to read even the littlest piece of paper, how do you want the child to compete globally? Do you understand? When see, I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying, but like,
you're lying.
I had a good
but
yes,
so
yes, like cartoons, color books,
reading books, even all these Bible recitation they give in church. It's part of brain development, because you're literally reading the Bible and you have to cram it, memorize it in your brain. You know that thing is stuck there. If I come out in presence of people, I have to give it my best.
Exactly.
And the idea that you said they don't pay attention to it. You will see a situation whereby they give your child a recitation in school. He has a presentation in the morning devotion, and you are not available to teach that child. It could even be social studies, family, what's the simplest topic now for primary school children?
Mhm.
And that child is meant to read, build his confidence, use his senses right,
Yes.
to stand in front of people,
Yeah.
to do that presentation. Parents, they feel, oh, they taught you in school, so it's something you
Exactly.
can do. But you don't know that child needs your presence to build his confidence.
Yeah,
Because stage fright is real.
most African parents do that. Most African parents do that.
And another thing is they don't know that sense of encouragement, especially when that child is learning
Slow or things, yeah.
is needed. You know, he says one sentence, you clap for him. You're doing great. You understand? Just boost him in morale, that kind of thing. Boost his morale. Even the funniest part is that even when on stage, say while they are there presenting, parents don't know that shouting "that's my child," spraying that child money helps that child. They have no idea. What they're even looking for is the mistake you're going to make.
Exactly.
You want, like, when you now come out, they'll tell you what.
It's your mate, and you cannot do that simple thing.
Exactly.
It's in that
Parents leave a lot to teachers. They leave a lot to school, and in as much as I agree that the school is a big, a huge.
It's been a pleasant time having your company on today's signature evening. Thank you. My name is Ngozika Mba.
And my name is Quincy Roland. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. You have my number, or tell the promoters to reach out to me. So this particular story got me laughing because I was at a place on the same Friday and people were laughing about it around me. They're like, ew. What's his name again? Oh my God. I just finished saying his name right now. Speed Darlington and Portable were in a boxing ring, and Portable won Speed Darlington. And I'm like, I didn't even have an idea that it was a boxing. I thought it was a football match or something, or maybe a game or something. I don't know that it was a real boxing scene. And I was surprised that Portable won. Looking at Speed Darlington, he's someone that has body, you know, there's a whole lot of energy in him. So I wasn't expecting Portable to win, but you know, it's not by what you see most times. So because of that, Portable said, Speed Darlington said Portable used juju to win him. Which of course, Portable did not deny it though. I didn't bring that particular story. He didn't deny it because it's possible. Me too, I was surprised. How on earth would you that is this slim win someone that is this big? But Portable has not given his consent for going on another fight with. Speed Darlington has not given in his consent on going on another fight with Portable because of what happened before. I mean, it made me laugh, and it's more like an embarrassment some sort, because people around me at that point were laughing literally. So still talking about a particular story, controversial Nigerian singer Speed Darlington has reacted to Burna Boy's gift to Portable for defeating him. Portable defeated Darlington in a celebrity boxing match titled Chaos in the Rings on Friday night. Speaking after the match, Darlington accused Portable of using juju to defeat him. However, Burna Boy, who has been at loggerhead with Darlington, rewarded Portable with 20 million naira to celebrate his victory. Reacting to the development, Speed Darlington threw shades at Burna Boy, who he has been referring to as Long Face since their legal dispute. Darlington, in an Instagram post on Sunday, accused Burna Boy of always watching and monitoring him on his page. He said, and I quote, "Nobody watches you more than your enemy because they want to know if you are doing well. Long Face sleeps on my page. His whole life is now checking on me." You know, honestly, if anything happened to Portable, I'll be very, very sad. I'll be very angry because this guy gives me so much joy. When I saw that headline, I knew it that there is no way Speed Darlington would keep quiet. There is no way he would let that slide, because it's more like, oh, my enemy is praising someone that just won me. So I mean, what am I supposed to expect? It is supposed to happen. And he's more like, Long Face is always on my page. It's more like he's monitoring you or something. It's not monitoring you anything, bro. You're making headlines and you literally lost a boxing ring competition, so everybody saw it. You don't even expect Burna Boy to give a loser 20 million naira. That one can never happen. So he giving it to Portable, it's more like shady you source. And I understand that it hurts you so much that, oh, your enemy has seen you lose. So you must respond. I mean, if I was in your place, I would literally say something. I know you are someone that will still come out that's outspoken, talk more of someone you call a long face and someone you have a backlash with. So I'm not surprised. But I think you should consider the 20 million that Soso is offering, because you might win this time around. Who knows? And I don't think Portable would use the juju you claim that he used on you before. Let's move forward. That's all for the whole celebrity boxing ring thing. Popular media personality Frank Edoho has claimed that majority of women don't fancy extremely kind men. According to him, women prefer bad boys who can be nice to them sometimes. He made the claim while featuring in a recent episode of TVC talk show The Black Table. He said, and I quote, "There was an article I saw on a blog that intrigued me. The topic was, what is that red flag that you admire in the opposite sex? The question was channeled to women although I am the school of thought that men shouldn't be nice all the time, the answers I got further my resolve that men should not even be nice at all. Women were answering, do you know what I saw? There was one I saw that says, I like it when my man tells me I don't want to repeat myself again. She said it. Okay, she said it turned her on. Others said they like it when their man whacks them. Not extremely, but shows power. It turns them on. There are some strange things going on in the minds of these women that you are trying to be nice to. I am not saying all of them are like that, but majority of women don't like nice guys. They want bad boys that are nice to them sometimes. I don't know how many people that will agree with this, so but not like they don't like nice guys. Okay, I like the fact that you added nice guy with a bad boy that is nice. You know, maybe not really a simp. They don't want a simp. They want someone that has the masculine energy to, you know, shut them up, sit them down, correct them, and stuffs like that. But what do you mean by it turns you on? I don't understand. You know, the truth is, women are wonderfully made. You know, that's why we are the weaker vessels and God loves us so much. So, like they always say, there is no book that is written how to understand the woman. Even in that book, they still don't understand the woman. Even if you get to volume 25 or level 25 or chapter or whatever, it's not possible because women are built differently with different emotions. If you feel you can understand them today, tomorrow they'll bring another chapter or even another page. In fact, they bring a different scenario for you. There was a time someone said, once a girl start calling you a nice guy, let me speak it in pidgin, just know say you don't fuck up. Just know that you're beginning to simp. And I'm like, what? Who said that? What is wrong with being a nice person? Just be nice. I mean, nice can be something very simple. You know, there's a difference between being nice and being a simp, actually. Being a simp is taking rubbish from somebody. Someone is talking to you anyhow and you're still there claiming the good boy. That's it. Being nice is something that comes natural. Even women are nice. So I don't know why they will make that statement that once a woman starts telling you that you are nice. In fact, he said, I prefer when a woman says, I'm a very wicked person, I'm very stingy, that he likes it that way, than a woman telling him that he's nice. It's more like he's beginning to mess up and he needs to go back and check himself. But it's funny though, you know, another man's poison is another man's, how did they say it? Another man's food is another man's poison. So what is good for you may not really be good for others. I think everyone should actually do what works for them and go for who they understand. You know, it takes two to work at the end of the day. But I think women are those people that you cannot really sit down and say you want to study. These things that these women said right now could be something different for another woman. You know, it's not generally said or agreed with what he said. So let's move forward to the foreign scene. The challenges in the lives of penguins around the world are brought to life in Secrets of the Penguins, hosted by National Geographic explorer and filmmaker Beatty Gregory, and premiering on the eve of this year's Earth Day. The three-part series took over 2 years to film and saw the team capture penguins, of which there are 18 different kinds, in places ranging from Cape Town to the Galapagos Island to Antarctica, saying filming for 274 days on the extreme ice shelf in Antarctica, home to around 20,000 imperial penguins, was both challenging and rewarding. The efforts paid off through when they captured footage, including penguins' chicks, not just jumping into the sea for the first time, but having to jump off a 50-foot ice cliff first in order to get to the sea. 31-year-old Gregory, who won his first wildlife photography prize in 2012, has since gained 2 Daytime Emmy Award for his series Animal Up Close with Bertie Gregory, and won a BAFTA Television Crafts Award for his work shooting legendary. Naturalist David Attenborough, 7 words, 1 planet. However, he does not see himself as a possible replacement for the 98-year-old Attenborough, who is still hard at work. Voiced by American actor Blake Lively, Gregory hopes that by mixing pop culture with Secrets of the Penguins, a wildlife series, it will broaden the appeal and get a wider audience engaged with the natural world, saying individuals can make a difference by thinking how they choose to spend their money. Executive produced by Oscar-winning director and National Geographic explorer James Cameron, Secrets of the Penguin premiere on 21st April on Disney Plus, while all 3 episodes air on International Earth Day, April 22nd on Nat Geo Wild. Take a look.
It's so interesting. And this penguin is spending so much of her time swimming along, looking around above her head. She's totally watching the pelicans. No, I don't know how many of the 18 we covered. Do you know that, Jen? As well, yeah.
I have to do these cutaways really quickly because it's got to sit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I don't know if there was a specific show.
Okay.
We got.
I think people should watch because I have filmed penguins a lot before myself. I thought I knew penguins. I was so wrong. And every time we went out to film, we discovered literally new penguin secrets. Yeah, I'm excited to see people's minds blown like ours were in the field. Whoa, penguin's going for it. No way. Stealing fish right out the beak of the pelican. And this was the plan, to film them jumping in the sea for the first time. But normally they do that jumping off of the sea ice, which is 1 or 2 foot high. But we followed a group of chicks that took a wrong turn on their way to the sea, and they found themselves at the top of a 50-foot ice cliff. And this has never been filmed before, so we didn't know if they could survive a fall from such a height. Yeah, the first one stepped up to the plate and went, yeah, I can do this, and just sailed off the cliff. And yeah, as I said, they have friendships, so as soon as the first one went, the rest were like, oh yeah, Barry did it, we can do it, and they all started to jump. It was an amazing moment to witness. This is getting dangerous for us now. Good luck, little penguins. Oh, I really hope that little chick's okay. But yeah, in terms of the challenges, I mean, in Antarctica, emperor penguins, they're the only animal in the world to raise their young during the Antarctic winter. It is the coldest, darkest, windiest place on Earth. And that's not only where they choose to live, but where they choose to have their young. And so filming that story is all about, you need to be as tough as a penguin. And so yeah, that was a challenge, being warm enough. Poor little thing. That is heartbreaking. Looking at the size, this one does look a little bigger than that really small one. Must have just been stuck out here alone. Penguin. They're in trouble because of us, and that's not just a problem for penguins. They are kind of flagship species. They're talismans of whole wild places. They're an indicator of healthy or unhealthy wild places if they're not there. And if the natural world is unhealthy, that's a problem. We should want to look after penguins, not just because it makes us feel warm and fuzzy inside, but because we need healthy wild places for so many things we do.
Like some songbirds, emperors can produce 2 sounds at once, giving each a unique voice. They're learning each other's to show they're serious. But emperor couples don't just communicate with their voices. They're playing copycat.
Any opportunity to take something from pop culture and combine that with wildlife series. I've been making wildlife documentaries for 10 years. And I think I'm very grateful of the people that continue to watch my films, and they are often, a lot of the same people. The audience is growing, but it's a lot of the same people. Any opportunity to increase that reach and to get people to watch stuff that they might not otherwise watch, I think any opportunity to do that is only a good thing.
If you dive on a barrier reef or a coral reef and you suddenly see the most extraordinary pageant of fabulous creatures, the most wonderful colours, the most extraordinary shapes.
People often talk about the next David Attenborough. Like he's irreplaceable. He is one of a kind. He will never be followed. Like his contribution, not just to the natural world, but to television as we know it. What an extraordinary life and career. There is no replacement, and I think people should get less obsessed with that concept and focus on, okay, what's the new path? What's the different thing we can do? Because he's done that, and he's doing it very well.
All right. Every Easter Saturday, a boy from Zek village in the North Bohemia region puts on a hay suit and marches through the village with a group of children playing rattles and singing songs. The old tradition known as Marching Judas survived only in few villages in the east of the Czech Republic, where the eldest teenage boy in the village is dressed as the straw Judas, after Judas Iscariot, who the Bible says betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. During the procession led by Judas, children walked through the village from door to door singing songs and being rewarded by town people with sweets, eggs, and money, which are put inside a cart pulled by Judas. The costume of Judas looks slightly different in each village. Sometimes tow is used instead of straw, or it can be made of sackcloth. Toward the end of the day, after visiting every house in the village, the children lead Judas to a hill or field outside the village to rid him of his suit, burn it, and divide the donation from the carts equally. Take a look at that.
Hejbej si s nima, jenom si s nima cvič. To je, že s nima nehejbeš. Počkej, ono budeš mít uházený myšlenky, to nebude.
Co nejstarší z vesnice, co ještě nebyli dáš, protože dáš se vždycky pálí. Pak na poli, tak vždycky musí být někdo nový.
Michal Petra Trámek, no. Ne, dělá instalatéra, že si ho pak vezme.
Nechceš napít, Vojto?
Se napij a pojďme to. Pak vezme to, jak tam pak hodí do toho.
Snad to půjde.
Ať si tam najde pro...
Jen se změnil způsob strojení. Dřív se strojilo ze žitné slámy, že se pletl takový cop, kterým se to potom omotával ten jidáš. A čepice se také dělala ze žitné slámy. Dneska ta sláma není k dispozici, takže se plete ze sena a čepice je z rákosu. Takže tahle tradice vodění jidáše je známá, v obecní kronice o tom zmínka už z roku 1902, takže je určitě z předminulého století. Já ji pamatuju od roku 1949, kdy jsem poprvé šel, a za ty léta se to v podstatě nemění.
Tam opatrně.
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very, very short break, and when we return, I'll review my guests to you, so stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the interview segment, and I have a guest. His name is Owen David. He's an actor, and we'll be talking about the art of transformation, how actors step into someone else's life. So over to you, Owen David. Thanks for coming, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
How do you feel? Are you ready for our conversation today?
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So talk to us. You know, we have just few. Okay, let me use a few minutes to ask you about how it's been for you being an actor.
Oh well, it's been nice. You know, I would say it's been nice because. It is something that is born out of passion.
Okay.
And you will agree with me that when you do something that you love, definitely there's no way you won't enjoy every bit of it.
You know, you were asking me something like, you were saying something about me acting or something, right?
Yeah.
And I had to ask you. I told you I don't know how to act, you know. So, you know, acting is something that people are born with, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so.
So you learn how to act, right?
I think naturally everyone can act.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
As long as you have your character, trust me, you're already an actor.
Let
me give you an idea.
Okay.
This is my first time meeting you, right? Now I've seen your look. The way you talk, possibly your behavior to an extent.
Okay.
You know, the way you smile.
Okay.
I might have a story. And in this story, I have a particular role.
Yeah.
That someone that looks like you, that talks like you, smiles like you would fit into.
Okay, what kind of role is that?
Let's not go into that.
But I want to know. I would love to know, honestly.
Yeah, I'm trying to prove to you that anyone can actually act.
Okay.
So, you know, have you considered all of this? I could be like, you know what? That chick. But the thing is this now.
Yeah.
I'll just try as much as possible to bring down the scenes.
Okay.
You know, if it's something that's supposed to accommodate about 20 cents,
yeah,
I'll just try and bring it down to about 5 cents.
Okay, for someone that is still starting.
Professional.
Exactly.
Do you understand? So
yeah.
That's it.
Okay, so let's delve into the topic of the day, the art of transformation. And my first question is, how do you begin the process of becoming a new character? Like you've said now, you've seen me, the way I talk, possibly my character, the way I smile, and you're already envisioning the kind of role you put me to.
Exactly.
So let's assume you have a role that maybe doesn't fit my personality. That brings my question. How do you begin the process of becoming that new character? Because this is a different person entirely.
Okay. All right. What we do is this. You know, professionally, you're supposed to have what's called script conference.
Okay.
Right? Yes, that's where you get to talk about or discuss about the film, the story.
Okay.
All right. The characters involved. You get to meet every character. And then overseas, sometimes if a job is to be done in 3 months' time,
yeah,
they get an artist.
Okay.
Especially if you're faced with a character that you probably haven't done before or that is challenging, you know, you'll be given, say, about a month to
go rehearse or something.
To go rehearse.
Okay.
and also acclimatize with whoever you are playing the role with.
say if we haven't worked before, or maybe it's a role that needs the both of us to actually deal as lovers or as a brother and a sister. You know, you'll be given time to possibly
get to know each other,
time together. Yes, you know, try and build that conjugality.
Yeah,
you know, so that at the end of the day, you will have been able to build yourself into character. All right? But unfortunately, in this setting, some people still do it. Some producers still do it in Nigeria, but just few of them.
Okay.
You know? So, what we do is this. Considering the nomenclature of who coming from Nigeria. You know, Nigeria is a place where you just have to be strong to, you know, fit into
any role at all.
That's it. You know. So what we do is we for example, see this film right now. This is my very first time playing this role.
Okay.
You know? And unfortunately, the person that was casted for this role, I don't know if you know Dorcas. What's her real name? Oh my god, I'm not so good at remembering people's name. But this colleague of mine. Well, I'm sure you must have seen is it Okwa?
Why?
In those days.
Why?
That lady that plays Dorcas is a
queen, yo. Yeah.
She was the one that was casted for this role.
Okay.
But unfortunately she didn't turn up for that.
Yeah. So
that jump. You know. And I was switched to this role, and it was so freaking challenging.
Because it's something you've not done before, right?
I've never envisaged myself. Though I've always known I'm a versatile actor, to the glory of God.
Okay.
I've always known that, but then that one I never saw it coming.
Yeah.
Do you understand? You know, as a versatile actor, of course, you still need some time to work on a story, on a role, and build yourself into it. You know, but then this one just came.
Just like that. I want to ask a separate question out of the topic. Is it possible, has it ever happened to you that, like you said, they'll give, if you're meant to act a love scene or sibling scene, and both of you are meant to like get to know each other before you get to that particular scene. Is it possible that you can tell the producer that I can't work with this particular person? We are not bonding, it's not working. Is it possible to say, can I get this kind of cast or something?
Well, people do that, but it's very, very unprofessional.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why though? I mean, I thought you guys are meant to, because this love thing, it's very serious. It's a very serious issue. And if this person you're trying to work with, you people are not, I don't know, you guys are not
bonding.
You guys are not bonding. How you're saying it's not professional?
Like it's not professional to tell your producer to
change the cast
and change, you know, bring in someone else.
So you just do it whatever they give.
As a matter of fact, professionally as an actor, you are supposed to be able to upgrade that person's acting.
How?
You know? That's where you carry that person along. Now I tell you what, most times, why it appears like people don't bond is usually when they have one problem or the other going on. Sometimes
personally.
Yes. Like now I've worked I've worked severally with some colleagues, and they're like, you know what? Even if you pay me 1 billion naira, I would never work with this person. I would never work with this person on the same set.
Yeah.
Though it's more on ladies. Do you understand? So you can imagine if, because most times, how it goes is this: a producer just calls me and say, "Please, are you available somewhere next month?" I'm like, "What day?" Okay, and then how many days do you intend to run the jump? What's your location? You know, say if you have something around there, you'll be like, okay, fine. What day particularly would you need me? How many scenes do you have in there? to know if you'll actually fit in.
Yeah.
You know, alongside other schedules that you do have. So you ask all these questions. The questions we don't ask most times is, who am I playing this role with? Yeah. Do you understand? Yeah. Though some do ask. All right, some do ask, but as a matter of fact, it's often not the best thing to do.
You just go with the flow.
Yeah, yeah. You should just be mindful of what you're given to do.
Okay.
You understand? You just do your negotiation. That's the most important part of it. You know, and then work out the time and see if it's convenient for you
or not.
And then there you go. Okay. So unfortunately, sometimes because you never asked, you get on set and you're called for line running. That's where you read with the artist you have to be on set with. You know, and then this person you don't like appears, maybe because you had one issue or the other.
Yeah.
You know, your past set, or one thing or the other, or maybe you beefed on yourself. You know, maybe online or something. You know, and then you see him or her asking, hey, though some get this bad to the extent that they even say it before people, because you know, you see every scene you see on the TV, you have people around, you have the crew members, sometimes you even have people, like if it's an open scene, you know, you see people around too, watching. So you know how embarrassing it can be when you openly say you don't want this person. You know, it's discrediting and humiliating as well. Okay. You know, so people do that a lot actually, but it's not professional.
So let's go back to the topic, right? Okay. So what's the first thing you look for when reading a script? What's the first thing you look for in that script?
Okay. Well, if I'm given a script, most times when you talk about when you engage me, when you call me for a job, I ask you, can I have the synopsis of the story? Okay. Then you tell me, you know, I'm like, okay, so automatically I have an idea of what the story is all about. So I ask you to send me a soft copy first.
Okay.
Yes. I read. Now, okay, sorry.
What's the first thing?
The first thing is my character. All right? The first thing is my character. That's after having read the synopsis, right? I know what the story entails entirely. And then the next thing is my character. Now, the role the character plays in that whole story. Now, as I read, I start looking at that. I start looking at that person now, not me. Now, how do I fit into this person now? All right? Now, what I do is I think and see if I've met someone who has this character.
Before.
Is this person around me or far away? Or have I seen someone play this kind of character in a movie before?
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes. So I look at my character first, you know, and I try my possible best to make sure I know someone who has played this or someone who possesses this kind of character, and then I start working on how to
build yourself like that. Exactly. So would you say that research plays a role when preparing for
big time? Research is actually basically what you should go into once the script is given to you. Research on whom this person is and how do you get yourself into this personality.
So does it mean you can even watch other movies that someone has played characters like this?
Whichever way. Do you understand? Say for example, when I played this role, this drunk role, first of all, I considered one dude around my area that drinks a lot. You know?
Yeah.
Then I also considered my senior colleague, Nkemowo.
Yeah.
All right. So, and I was like, okay, fine. Now I have to put some. That's why you can't really say that this. I don't like when I'm played in a job, you say, or when he's acting like this person or this person. I just want to be me.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
But you know it's possible though.
What's possible?
It's possible to be like, oh, he's acting like some local.
Yeah, no, I know. But you know, even amidst of that, I still wanted to see something spectacular about that personality. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, you, like for example, I've seen people try to play drunk roles just like Nkemowo. And I promise you, most times when I look at that, I don't always like it. Or you see people trying to play just like late John Okafor.
Yeah.
You know, it's his blessed memory. You know, I don't always like it.
So you're more like do you, but try to learn something from them.
Do you understand? Yeah.
Okay, so have you ever found it difficult to shake off a particular character? Let's say you're already shaking your head. I'm looking for a difficult scene because you seem like a very chill, calm person.
Yeah.
But have you ever found it difficult to shake off from the character of a rude, arrogant person? Maybe after acting the scene, you see yourself behaving like that or something.
Yeah, I have, right? I have. There's this movie of mine, Every Piece of My Heart. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, produced by, what's her name again? What's the lady's name again?
Continue what you're saying.
Okay, fine. She casted me as a very nagging husband. Jeez, we're practically fighting
every single day.
I promise you. You know, and you know, while I was playing that role, the crew, the DOPs, and all that, they were like, "Dude, are you sure this is not your main character?"
Do you get?
You know, unfortunately, like. Yeah, unfortunately, the thing just flowed like that as though I possess such character, you know? But then, after that, jeez.
You noticed you're beginning to behave like the nagging person.
I promise you.
You know, there's this particular scene we play in church and maybe you acted the bad girl and they tend to start praying for you to deliver you from that.
You know, from such and all that. I promise you, that weekend, after that job, right? After that weekend, I, of course, I was to spend time with my girl, yeah, and trust me, I was like, what is going on? You know, because she was seeing the post and all that. She was actually the one that called me and said, "Hey, are you sure you know what you're doing? That this role you just played is playing."
It's telling on you right now.
I'm telling you, and I was like, you know, I just had to, take a deep breath, and I was like, dude, that's true.
Yeah, but how did you come out of that, though?
Well, I just got mindful of virtually everything, you know.
You had to be cautious again.
Yeah, you know, I had to be very cautious, you know, like a step at a time.
But did it take time? Did it take time?
Not really. It didn't take much time because I remember just a week after. Okay, no, 4 days after that, I had to get into another job.
Okay.
You know, that was entirely different thing. Yeah, because if you're not easily switched, you have a problem. You have a problem, yeah, especially when you do back to back. Because sometimes you finish the job and then you start another one the next day. Sometimes in 2 days' time. Do you understand? And sometimes you leave this location, you go there, you play in a different character there, you still come back to this one.
So you're meant to finish a particular role.
It's actually the best, but unfortunately,
so you don't mix it up.
Yeah. But sometimes we're forced to, play while you're still on this job. You go for the other one because the thing is now, this producer could be like, dude, please, I need this to be done like now. It has to be you. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And you get to explain that, hey, I'm still busy here. And this person could be like, you know what? See, I'll pick you up. You just establish here for me, and then after, when you're done with the job, you can now come and start and all that. So you do it.
Okay. Let me ask you the final question, right?
Okay.
Do you memorize your script, or you just improvise? Because sometimes I hear them say, oh, some of these actors add 1 or 2 to this script. I want to know, do you memorize it in your brain? Do you cram? Let me use the word cram. Do you cram it?
Well, I personally don't cram.
So what do you do?
It's not the best to cram, actually. What I do is, first of all, I try and understand the character.
Okay.
1. Then number 2, I understand the message. You know?
So you don't pick word for word from that script.
What I do is I look out for the punch lines. For example, that film, the caption is Akwete Kingdom.
Okay.
All right. And there are some scenes where you really have to tell the audience that this is all about Akwete Kingdom. So whatever you do, you come back to that. All right. Even if you don't give it verbatim, according to how it's scripted, you know, you always make sure you deliver the message in your own word to make you flow. Do you understand? Yes.
Thank you very much, Owen David. I had so much fun having this conversation with you.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy it too?
Of course I did.
Okay.
If not for anything, sitting in front of a beautiful dancer like you.
Oh my God. All right, thank you very much, Owen David. And this is where we draw the curtain this hour. Join us same time tomorrow. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And don't forget to always tune in on SLTV channel 265. We'll be here waiting for you same time tomorrow. I remain your baby girl, Queen Etwokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Chaco Merolo.